Chapter 415. Old Ghost Qishan immediately felt that something was wrong. His 1,000 tall ghost body emitted boundless energy ripples. The terrifying Xian Yin ghost power condensed into rays of black light. Like black lightning, they circled around his body. He frantically condensed the source power of the ghost Tao and spat out a black fog of ghost qi. A large amount of Xian Yin ghost power rushed out of his body, wanting to bring Gu Fei out with him. However, although the mountain and river cauldron did not truly appear from Gu Fei's inner world, even though it was an illusory shadow that enveloped Gu Fei's body, it was as heavy as a mountain. It was a world of its own. Even though old Ghost Qishan's stomach was surging with boundless ghost power, he still could not move the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! Old Ghost Qishan roared at the sky. He did not even care about the old monsters of the 3 great Tao sects. He naturally had extraordinary strength. He started to activate the Xian Yin ghost power without caring about anything, wanting to refine Gu Fei. However, the cauldron of mountain and river emitted an unfathomable power. This power was simply unstoppable. As it seeped out of his body, terrifying cracks began to appear on old Ghost Qishan's body. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. There was no blood seeping out of the cracks. Instead, there were traces of ghost power that were as black as ink. Old Ghost Qishan's appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. Impossible. How could this be? Old Ghost Qishan was completely shocked. He had the urge to curse and shouted, "The mountain and river cauldron. It's the real mountain and river cauldron. How could it be in my stomach?" Old Ghost Qishan could be said to be one of the few true old monsters in the Tonglong continent. He started his cultivation early, much earlier than old monster Xianyuan and the others. Moreover, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and old Ghost Qishan were inextricably linked. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was an almighty from the ancient era and knew many ancient secrets. In the Fengdu Ghost City, there was a replica of the mountain and river cauldron. The Qishan old ghost naturally knew the origin of the mountain and river cauldron. However, the mountain and river cauldron was only a legendary treasure. It had disappeared since ancient times. The Qishan old ghost could not believe that the mountain and river cauldron was in the hands of a little cultivator. With the protection of the divine weapon and the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei could be said to be absolutely safe, unless a peerless demigod made a move and used a great technique to break the cauldron of mountain and river on Gu Fei's body. No one would be able to harm him. It was obvious that old Ghost Qishan's cultivation was still a little bit away from the half-god realm. It was this little bit of difference that caused him to be in danger. At this moment, more and more cracks appeared on old Ghost Qishan's ghost body that stood in the giant pit. His already pale face became even paler. His body trembled and he panted like a bull. He was going crazy. This is not real. Roar. The Qishan old ghost roared in anger. The faint and illusory ancient cauldron in his stomach gently vibrated. It had already expanded to the limit that Gu Fei could control. His ghost body expanded. The Qishan old ghost went crazy. His head that was like black mist started to dance wildly. His white dead face turned from white to green, then from green to blue, and finally black. His eyes revealed a murderous glint as he shouted. His huge body suddenly soared into the sky and rushed towards the dozen old monsters in the sky. The Qishan old ghost threw caution to the wind. If he was unlucky, then everyone would be unlucky. If he was going to die, then everyone would die together. His huge body was already on the verge of collapse. His entire body was about to crack. Black mist surged out from the cracks on his ghost body. He was like a deflated balloon. This guy. Everyone dodge. Old monster Xianyuan and the other 2 old men saw this scene and their expressions changed. They then shouted to the crowd, "Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!" The dozen figures in the sky instantly scattered in all directions. No one dared to let the Qi-shan old ghost get close to them. Everyone could see that the Qi-shan old ghost wanted to drag them to the grave with him. At this moment, Gu Fei was also going all out. In his inner world, the endless power of the heavens and the earth continued to pour into the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, the inner world, was shaking and shaking. The heaven and earth within a radius of a few hundred feet was completely boiling. The chaotic zone at the edge was collapsing. The void became chaotic again. The mountain and river cauldron that was at the center of the inner world still did not emit any spiritual energy. However, it suddenly shook slightly. Bang! The Qi-shan old ghost, who had soared into the sky, suddenly exploded. This was the self-destruction of a terrifying cultivator that was infinitely close to the demigod realm. The extremely powerful and ferocious energy exploded outwards, causing the entire world to shake violently. After that, an endless amount of black fog and ghostly aura instantly enveloped the world. There were few rays of light that couldn't escape in time and were instantly engulfed by the ghostly black mist that exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura. Within the ghostly black mist, there were a few extremely horrified roars, and then there was no more sound. The Qi-shan old ghost exploded the Qi-shan old ghost Xian Yin ghost body that he had condensed for thousands of years. The power that was released was extremely terrifying. The mighty power also caused the snow-capped mountains within a radius of 10 miles to collapse. The earth shook violently like waves. In the center of the explosion, the shadow of an ancient cauldron emitted an ancient aura. It floated in the sky. The destructive power that seemed to be able to destroy everything could not shake the shadow of the ancient cauldron. Within the shadow of the ancient cauldron sat a dark-skinned youth. That person was Gu Fei. His entire body emitted rays of 5-colored divine light. The shadow of the mountain and river cauldron slowly rotated around him, dispelling the endless destructive power that was surging towards Gu Fei. Moreover, the power of the Qi-shan old ghost self-destruction was not so easily dispelled. The terrifying power that was surging towards Gu Fei was completely devoured by the shadow of the ancient cauldron outside his body. At this moment, Gu Fei had already stopped pouring the power of the inner world into the mountain and river cauldron in his inner world. However, the shadow of the ancient cauldron outside his body did not dissipate because of this. The vertical purple mark between his eyebrows was still flickering. It did not close. The inner world formed a mysterious connection with the outside world. The shadow of the inner world kept appearing around Gu Fei's body. Rumble! Gu Fei's inner world was shaking. The collapse of the periphery had stopped. Gu Fei's mind was one with the inner world. He could feel the pulse of a small world. He had a feeling that his inner world would soon be able to directly connect with the outside world and directly appear in the outside world. However, it was still a little short, just a little short. He had a feeling that his strength was not up to par with his will. As long as his cultivation was a little stronger, he would be able to open his inner world. The 7th time his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were reconstructed slowly. On Gu Fei's body, the 5 elemental yuan qi was vast and mighty. The power of the inner world resonated with him. He was undergoing a transformation that he had yet to complete. 9 by 9 returning to 1 was the extreme. The physical body had 9 revolutions. Blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and even internal organs had to be reconstructed 9 times. Only then could he truly transform into the great perfection realm of the 5 elements martial body. At this time, even the inner world, the second source of power, was completely mobilized. The shadow of the inner world appeared around Gu Fei's body. Then, with Gu Fei as the center, a great suction force was generated. The essence of the heaven and earth around him, and even the power of the ghost Tao that had exploded, was sucked in. It entered Gu Fei's inner world and the shadow of the ancient cauldron. The huge life essence of the longevity grass, his own 5 elemental yuan qi, the power of the inner world, and the power of the heaven and earth from the outside world were all used by Gu Fei at this moment. Old Ghost Qishan self-destructed his Xian Yin ghost body. Black fog of ghost qi covered the world, turning the area into a dark and terrifying ghost domain. However, this terrifying scene did not last for long. The Xian Yin ghost qi that covered the world surged violently and gave off a terrifying and eerie aura, retreated like the tide. More than a dozen rays of light stopped in the distance, emitting powerful ripples. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock and anger. Everyone felt their hearts pounding. If they had hesitated just now, they might have really been dragged to the grave by old Ghost Qishan. Even so, the elders of the 3 great Taoist sects who could not escape in time were affected by the terrifying power of old Ghost Qishan's self-destruction and completely died. After the Xian Yin ghost qi retreated, a few scattered white bones and fragments of magic treasures could be faintly seen on the ground. Those fragments were still emitting a cold light. A few extremely powerful cultivators at the 9th heaven of the void controlling realm had died just like that. Even their nascent souls could not escape. This made people feel how fragile life was. If one did not become an immortal, they were still ants. An endless amount of worldly essence gathered from all directions. Very soon, the terrifying abstruse Yin ghost qi that enveloped the world was completely devoured by the illusory world around Gu Fei and the ancient cauldron. Roar! Little bastard, I will remember this. Suddenly, a fleeting and gloomy voice resounded in the sky. After that, an extremely faint figure that seemed like a wisp of smoke and mist appeared 50 kilometers away. Old Ghost Qishan? He still didn't die? When old monster Shen Yuan and the others heard the voice and saw the figure, they could not help but be shocked. However, they immediately felt that old Ghost Qishan's aura was very weak. His body also seemed to be very unstable. He could only barely form a body that was like a black mist. The old monsters of the 3 great Taoist sects immediately understood. Old Ghost Qishan was clearly seriously injured. Even if his soul did not dissipate on the spot, he was half dead. Kill him. While he's weak, destroy his spirit, so that he can't even become a ghost. The elders of the 3 great Taoist sects immediately leaped into the air and flew toward old Ghost Qishan with murderous intent. Looking at their momentum, it seemed that they would not rest until they killed old Ghost Qishan. Humph! Want to kill me? You juniors don't have the qualifications. Old Ghost Qishan sneered. The next moment, his illusory figure that seemed like it could dissipate at any time disappeared into the void and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 416. No one could clearly see how he had escaped. He had clearly used some sort of secret technique to escape. However, everyone knew very well that this old Ghost Qishan would most likely not dare to step out of Mount Qi for the next few hundred years. The few elders who had rushed towards old Ghost Qishan were immediately startled when they saw this. They stopped in their tracks and stopped in the void. They used their divine senses to sweep in all directions. In the end, they found nothing. Old Ghost Qishan seemed to have really disappeared into thin air. Damn it! This is preposterous. The few elders were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. The few experts who had just died in the Xian Yin Ghost Qi were their fellow disciples or good friends. Boom! At this moment, a violent tremor could be heard. An ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primordial world spread out and spread across the heavens and earth. All the cultivators who sensed this aura were shocked beyond belief, especially the old monsters of the 3 great Taoist sects. They were all dumbfounded. Everyone's gaze was attracted to an ancient cauldron. To be more accurate, it was not a real ancient cauldron, but an illusion of an ancient cauldron. Within the illusion of the ancient cauldron sat a dark-skinned youth. Vaguely, a hazy void appeared around the body of the youth in the cauldron. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the illusion of the ancient cauldron. The power of the inner world, the essence of the heaven and earth that had gathered from all directions, and his own martial artist Yuan Qi. These three powers interacted and merged in his body. In addition to the large amount of life essence that had been refined from the leaf of the longevity grass, the current Gu Fei was like a pill that was constantly being refined by the four powers in the cauldron. Using the mountain and river cauldron as a cauldron and using his own body as medicine to refine his treasured body, it could be said that no one had ever done such a crazy thing before. Before Gu Fei, no one had ever done such a thing. The illusion of the ancient cauldron stabilized the void. The life essence, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, and the power of the inner world. These three vast powers were gradually refined into Gu Fei's martial artist Yuan Qi, which flowed through his limbs and bones. His body instantly glowed as if it was cast from five-colored divine iron. The increasingly vigorous and powerful quintessence of a five-element martial artist washed Gu Fei's body over and over again, causing his flesh, internal organs, tendons, and bones to become inconceivably tough. The seventh reconstitution of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was progressing slowly. It was a long process. Outside of the ancient cauldron's shadow, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gradually formed a vortex of spiritual qi visible to the naked eye. Spiritual qi gathered from all directions, causing the surrounding spiritual qi to become thicker. Although old monster Xianyuan and the others wanted the longevity grass very much, at this moment no one was willing to go forward. This was because they could already see that the ancient cauldron outside of Gu Fei's body was extraordinary. From the words of old monster Qishan, they knew that the ancient cauldron shadow that enveloped Gu Fei should be the mountain and river cauldron. It was the magic treasure that had destroyed old monster Qishan's Xian Yin ghost body. Even these old monsters knew very little about the mountain and river cauldron. They had only seen a few words about it in the ancient books. Perhaps only the powerful people of the ancient times knew the origin of the mountain and river cauldron. Endless spiritual energy gathered, and the void in the ancient cauldron became clearer, as if it could really appear at any time. Time passed slowly. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient cauldron shadow, was already numb. However, he could still feel a strange power surging through his body. It slowly flowed through his body, cleansing every inch of his flesh and blood. It gradually nourished his body, causing his constitution to continuously improve and his body to become stronger. This time, the five elements' true essence still cleansed his body, nourishing every inch of his body and improving his constitution. In addition, there was another change that Gu Fei did not expect. At the same time that his constitution improved, the terrifying pain of the reorganization of his flesh and blood also tempered his mind. From the looks of it, Gu Fei would not be able to stop in a short period of time. When old monster Xianyuan and the other elders of the three great Taoist sects saw this situation, they had a simple discussion. Then they worked together to carve runes in all directions and set up aura shielding formations to seal off the surrounding area. They did not want too many people to know that Gu Fei was here. They did not want to cause trouble because this was the northern lands. Even powerful ancient beings had appeared in the northern lands, so they had to be careful. Whether they could obtain the longevity grass or not, Gu Fei was the key. Old monster Xianyuan and the others did not mind waiting a little longer, but they had to ensure that nothing happened to Gu Fei. However, during the battle with old monster Qishan, old monster Xianyuan and the others had inevitably alarmed the peerless experts of other forces. They had come to watch. The news could no longer be completely sealed off. It was only a matter of time before others found this place. Old monster Xianyuan and the others were not worried, because as long as it was not a peerless demigod expert, no one could do anything to Gu Fei in the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was basically in seclusion, but he was under the protection of a group of peerless experts at the ninth layer of the void controlling realm. With so many peerless experts protecting him, it was a very spectacular and proud sight. Time passed. Although old monster Xianyuan and the others had carved runes in the nearby area to isolate the aura of the area, there were still more and more peerless experts appearing in the vicinity. However, whether it was the experts of other forces or the rogue cultivators without a sect or sect, none of them were willing to provoke the three great Dao sects, especially when they saw the figures of old monster Xianyuan and the others in the three great Dao sects. These people became even more cautious and did not want to get close. 2 days, 3 days, 10 days had passed. Gu Fei had actually been continuously gathering the spiritual energy of the world for 10 consecutive days. The spiritual energy of the world that he had gathered had caused the spiritual energy of the surrounding area to be vast and mighty. The density of the spiritual energy was already comparable to a spiritual land. However, Gu Fei did not seem to have any intention of stopping. After absorbing the endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron that enveloped Gu Fei became more and more clear. During this period of time, one of the three elders with the highest cultivation levels of the three great Dao sects seemed to have become impatient and wanted to make a move to stop Gu Fei. However, when the old man took out 9 blue pearls and threw them at the shadow of the ancient cauldron around Gu Fei, the powerful blue pearls that shook the void didn't even touch the ancient cauldron shadow before they were blown away. The old man suffered a great impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks actually appeared on the 9 aqua blue pearls. After the old man tried to test the waters, no one else made a move. Everyone knew that the old man was the same as old monster Xianyuan. He was only a step away from breaking through to the demigod realm and becoming a terrifying cultivator of eternal life. Such a cultivator was very powerful. He could be said to be an invincible expert below the demigod realm. Among those present, no one's cultivation level could beat the old man. Since even the old man was affected by the impact, his body was injured, and his magic treasure was almost destroyed, how could anyone else dare to make a move? Another 5 days passed. At noon on the 6th day, the void near Gu Fei suddenly collapsed. Then, a tall figure walked out of the shattered void. I can feel the aura of the mountain and river cauldron, the person said after walking out of the void. When old monster Xianyuan and the others saw the void shatter and a person walk out of it, they were shocked. A person who could shatter the void was more terrifying than a demigod or even a real immortal god. When old monster Xianyuan and the others saw this person, they were shocked to the extreme. This person was no stranger to them. He was the terrifying extreme grade warrior who had shattered the void when the ancient devil was born. Fresh blood seemed to be seeping out of the bloody hole in his chest. He was still full of domineering aura. As soon as he appeared, his domineering aura caused everyone to feel suffocated. No one dared to step forward or make a sound. They all looked at the middle-aged man from afar. The middle-aged man did not deliberately reveal any aura, but everyone felt a great pressure. What? The middle-aged man was surprised when he saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged in the void with an ancient cauldron rotating slowly around him. Warrior. There are actually real warriors in this world. It's really surprising. I'm not alone. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. After saying that, the middle-aged man actually sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. He seemed to be talking to Gu Fei. Originally, the experts of the other forces were thinking about how to disturb Gu Fei's cultivation, so that Gu Fei could not continue cultivating. But now they had no choice but to give up on this idea. This mysterious middle-aged man had the terrifying strength to fight against the ancient devil. Even a demigod might not be able to withstand a single blow from him. No one would go forward to die when they clearly knew that they were no match for him. Such a person was not brave, but stupid and extremely stupid. Another 10 days passed. Gu Fei's flesh, blood, tendons, and bones surged with bursts of 5-colored divine light. His entire body's bones had been branded with 5 colors sparkling and translucent like five-colored divine jade. His physical body had undergone a complete transformation, and his soul consciousness had become even more condensed, almost able to materialize. Warriors were different from other cultivators. They did not refine their primordial spirit or nascent soul. Instead, they directly refined their divine soul, pointing directly to the origin of life. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the divine soul. Cultivators had primordial spirits, but warriors also had divine souls. The manifestation of spirit was a kind of external manifestation of the divine soul. In addition, Gu Fei's body, under the endless heaven and earth essence and the vast power of life, was transforming. His physique was improving and his skin was glowing. The purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows gradually turned into a purple flame mark, imprinting itself on the skull beneath his skin. This purple flame mark, the size of a fingernail, emitted a powerful spiritual force. This was the divine soul mark, the flame of the soul. As long as the martial artist's divine soul was not extinguished, they would not truly die. After the mysterious middle-aged man arrived, no one dared to make the slightest movement, and no one dared to approach Gu Fei. The ancient cauldron revolved, and endless heaven and earth, spiritual energy, gathered. The last 3 reconstructions of his flesh and blood took a great deal of time. Another half a month passed. One evening, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the faint ancient cauldron phantom, suddenly trembled. His bones crackled, and his flesh, tendons, and bones constantly trembled. His internal organs were shaken, and his entire body was in excruciating pain. He clenched his teeth, enduring this purgatory-like torment. However, in a flash, he understood that this was the transformation of being reborn. The previous reconstructions of his flesh and blood were not essentially a new life. Only now his flesh, internal organs, and bones were undergoing the final transformation. Gu Fei was about to completely shed his mortal body. This was a different kind of rebirth, a true rebirth. Chapter 417. The illusion of the mountain and river cauldron enveloped Gu Fei's body, gathering endless heaven and earth spiritual energy, the power of the heavens and the earth, the origin energy of his flesh and blood, and the vast essence energy of his life. All of these energies converged on Gu Fei's body, causing Gu Fei's body to enter the final stage of transformation. After his bones were washed by the endless energy, they became like five-colored divine jade. His bones were hard to an unimaginable degree, comparable to a spirit treasure or divine weapon. His internal organs were also tempered until they were flawless, without a single trace of impurities. His skin and flesh were sparkling and full of luster, almost transparent, sparkling with a brilliant light. Rumble, 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 the heavens and earth shook. Beams of spiritual light that could be seen with the naked eye gathered from all directions, causing the sky to seem as if it was filled with celestial energy. Gu Fei's body shined brilliantly. Strange psychic energy turned into a stream that entered the purple flame mark between his eyebrows, causing a purple divine light to shine. As his body transformed, Gu Fei's psychic energy also increased. It formed a soul flame that was branded into the skull between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Martial artists did not cultivate the nascent soul or nascent soul. They walked a different path. Essence energy tempered the soul, which was the source of life. What martial artists cultivated was the soul. Martial artists who cultivated successfully not only had extremely powerful bodies, comparable to a spirit treasure or divine weapon, but their souls were also incomparably powerful. As long as their souls were not destroyed, even if their bodies were smashed into millions of pieces, they could still be reborn. Only by using a special method to obliterate the soul could a martial artist be killed. Even if the soul was obliterated, the martial artist's body would not decay and the martial body would not be destroyed. The mysterious man sitting in the void nearby had already opened his eyes when the void began to tremble. He stared at Gu Fei without any expression on his face. Even further away, the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects were watching. No one dared to approach. This mysterious middle-aged man was powerful to an unimaginable degree. He was a terrifying character that could compete with the ancient demon kings. No one was willing to provoke such a monstrous character. More and more cultivators were rushing over after receiving the news. Among them, the figures of the demon clan and demonic Tao cultivators began to appear in the distance. Everyone was watching. They did not know why the mysterious middle-aged man would pay attention to Gu Fei, a small cultivator who had not yet broken through to the realm of a peerless expert. However, regardless of whether it was the people from the three great Taoist sects or the other powers, regardless of what sort of feelings they all had one thing in common. They all had their own misgivings. After another 7 days, a rare phenomenon began to appear around Gu Fei. The illusionary figure of the mountain and river cauldron covering his body began to vibrate. Within the illusory figure, thunder rumbled, and at the same time, a 5-colored divine rainbow shot out. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was about to complete the final transformation. His flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs were all glowing. Every part of his body was surging with vast 5 elemental yuan qi. Within his flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs, beams of 5-colored light flashed like 5-colored divine lightning. Rumble. A sound like that of a tsunami, like that of thunder, rang out from within his body. The purple flame brand between his eyebrows emitted a brilliant divine light that connected to the outside world. Within the illusionary figure of the ancient cauldron, a hazy shadow in the void began to become clear. Gu Fei's inner world was actually showing signs of appearing in the outside world. Vast energy fluctuations caused the entire world to tremble. Finally, an endless 5-colored divine light shone from Gu Fei's body, illuminating the world. It was as if some kind of shackle within Gu Fei's body had been broken. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and let out a long roar. The endless 5-colored divine light was dazzling, as if a 5-colored sun had appeared between the heavens and the earth. At this time, it was nighttime, and the surrounding area was bathed in the 5-colored divine light. Energy fluctuations as vast as the sea spread out in all directions. The runes that the old eccentrics of the three great Taoist sects had carved in the surrounding area were also affected. The mysterious runes that had been hidden under the ground suddenly emerged from the ground, shining with bright spiritual light. The runes formed a spell formation, and it blocked the powerful aura and yuan qi fluctuations that emanated from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's roar echoed throughout the world. Then, Gu Fei's body was like a bottomless black hole. The speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased by at least 10 times. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles was completely devoured by Gu Fei's body. Countless cries of surprise could be heard nearby, and figures fell from the sky. Those who fell from the sky were the peerless experts who had been watching nearby. Even old monster Xian Yuan and the other cultivators at the peak of the 9th heaven of the void controlling realm felt that they could not borrow any strength and fell from the sky. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles was devoured by Gu Fei. It was as if the surrounding dozens of miles had suddenly become a spiritual energy vacuum. The peerless experts who were watching nearby could not feel the existence of the energy drifting in the air, causing them to lose the ability to fly, and one by one they fell from the sky. Only the mysterious middle-aged man was still able to sit cross-legged near Gu Fei, watching Gu Fei's every move. He was the closest to Gu Fei, but he did not seem to be affected in the slightest. The reason why the cultivators of the void controlling realm could fly in the air was because of their perception of the heaven and earth, and their ability to merge with the spiritual energy drifting in the air. The relationship between the cultivators of the void-controlling realm and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like the relationship between fish and water. If they lost the water, could the fish still swim? The answer was simple, they could not. If they lost the spiritual energy drifting in the air, could the cultivators still fly in the air? The answer was they could not. Only when their perception of the heaven and earth rose to the half-god realm could they completely rely on their own strength to move unhindered in the world, flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. After absorbing the extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles, the life essence surged, and the blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs in Gu Fei's body were completely reborn. His inner breath surged like a long river, like the roar of thunder, and like the surging of a stormy sea. The sound coming from Gu Fei's body was so loud that it could be heard from far away. His internal organs were like thunder from the ninth heaven, and his bones were exploding. The snow-white, jade-like color completely faded away, and the bones turned into a colorful color. Each of them was crystal clear, and at the same time, they were constantly vibrating. Although the internal injuries that he had suffered in the past had long been healed, but this time his body was reborn, and he had gone through a round of tempering. There were no more hidden dangers in his body. His entire body was free of dust and dirt, completely reborn. This time, the transformation lasted for almost 2 months, and only then did Gu Fei completely wake up. The yuan qi in his body was surging, and his inner breath was endless. This time, it could be said that Gu Fei had truly experienced a rebirth. His physique had a qualitative improvement, and his body was many times stronger than before. Good. I'll lend you a hand. The mysterious middle-aged man stood up in the void and then disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside Gu Fei. Although the shadow of the cauldron of mountains and rivers possessed unfathomable power, it seemed to have no effect on the mysterious middle-aged man. It could not stop the middle-aged man at all. The sudden approach of the middle-aged man surprised Gu Fei. Then he saw the middle-aged man stretch out his right hand, and his index finger pointed directly at Gu Fei's brow. The tip of his finger faintly emitted a faint purple light. What is he trying to do? Gu Fei's face changed drastically. He had just undergone a true metamorphosis, and his physique had undergone a sublimation. However, this middle-aged man's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. In front of this middle-aged man, Gu Fei did not even have the slightest ability to fight back. He had already recognized this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the indestructible body that he had seen in the cave under the icy azure pool at Taishan Mountain. He did not know why this middle-aged man suddenly attacked him, so he wanted to avoid the middle-aged man's index finger that was pointing at his brow. However, he was surprised to find that he had a feeling that he could not avoid it. It seemed like an ordinary finger, but he could not avoid it. The middle-aged man's right hand directly broke through the colorful light around Gu Fei's body, and his finger pointed at the purple flame mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Gu Fei suddenly felt dizzy. It was as if in an instant the world had been turned upside down. His vision went black and he almost fainted. He vaguely felt as if something had melted into his divine consciousness and was imprinted in his heart. Then his head hurt and countless information exploded in his mind. It almost made his head explode, and it made Gu Fei feel a sense of expansion. Countless information seemed to have melted into his memory, filling in the blanks in his memory, and becoming a part of him that he could not forget. I will pass you the mark of the Great Way. Comprehend it well. The mysterious middle-aged man's voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. He did not know how much time had passed. It seemed like a moment, but it also seemed like countless years. The inheritance of the Great Way made Gu Fei's thoughts a little chaotic. Except for Gu Fei, no one heard the words of the mysterious middle-aged man, and no one knew what had happened. Everyone only saw that the colorful light that was emitted from Gu Fei's body began to gradually weaken, and finally it was completely absorbed into his body no longer absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The group of embarrassed, peerless masters once again controlled the escape light, flew from the ground to the sky. They were shocked to see that the mysterious middle-aged man was pointing at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. There was a strange fluctuation where the finger came into contact with Gu Fei's eyebrows, and there was a purple light lingering around it. The surging power on Gu Fei's body was calming down. Everyone felt that the aura on Gu Fei's body had changed, and his body naturally emitted a powerful aura. A peerless master, he actually broke through? Unbelievable, he was just a small cultivator at the sixth heaven of the ascended realm before. Unbelievable, how is this possible? How did he do it? At this time, whether it was the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects or the peerless masters of the other forces, they all felt something strange about Gu Fei. They were extremely shocked, because Gu Fei's cultivation had actually broken through to the void-controlling realm. Chapter 418. Gu Fei's cultivation naturally broke through to the void-controlling realm after his physical body completed a true transformation. The cultivation of a martial artist was different from others. Endless spiritual energy tempered his physical body, allowing Gu Fei to usher in a new life. At this time, the mysterious middle-aged man transmitted a supreme, great Tao imprint into his heart. The mysterious middle-aged man's body emitted an indescribable aura. Those who felt this aura all changed their expressions. At this moment, they seemed to have sensed the great Tao in the dark. The mysterious middle-aged man seemed to have become the incarnation of the great Tao. The middle-aged man's index finger on the soul fire imprint on Gu Fei's eyebrows emitted a dazzling purple divine light. Gu Fei's expression seemed to be in pain and happiness at the same time. No one knew what he was going through at this moment. A strange power was transmitted from the mysterious middle-aged man's right index finger into Gu Fei's sea of consciousness and imprinted in his heart. It was as if he suddenly understood many things, but when he wanted to figure out what it was as if he didn't understand anything at all. The great Tao imprint was extremely mysterious. It was condensed from the supreme martial Tao. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult to comprehend it. He could only slowly comprehend and digest it. Tao, what was the Tao? The immortal Tao was also a Tao. The devil Tao was also a Tao. The demon Tao was also a Tao. The ghost Tao was also a Tao. There were countless grand Taos. But cultivators that had truly condensed a brand of the grand Tao were existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, even during the great era that was filled with experts during the ancient times. Such people were all extreme experts, the most powerful people in the world. The mysterious middle-aged man was inheriting the martial Tao. He directly imprinted the great Tao imprint on Gu Fei's heart. After an hour, the middle-aged man's index finger that was on Gu Fei's forehead gradually faded. At this time, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, the moment the middle-aged man's index finger left Gu Fei's forehead, a boom sound was heard. The void above his head suddenly collapsed, and endless demonic qi surged out. A devil well appeared within the devil qi, exuding boundless devil might that shook the heavens and earth as it descended toward the middle-aged man and Gu Fei. That devil well was the evil devil well in Primitive Fire Demon's inner world. Primitive Fire Demon's inner world was destroyed by the peerless expert who walked out of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. But that devil well rushed out and flew away. Die. Ha! The primordial fire demon's voice came from the well and reverberated between heaven and earth. The evil well exuded an unparalleled ferocious aura. Like 100,000 mountains crashing down, it instantly sealed a part of the world. Endless evil power spread out, and cracks in space spread out like a spider web. It was as if the void had been broken like a mirror. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The ancient devil that had escaped from the earth fire vein was still alive. Roar! The mysterious middle-aged man was shocked and angry at the same time. He raised his head and roared. Then he punched upwards with both fists. Rumble. The powerful force directly shattered the cracked void and turned into a mass of chaos, surging towards Mo Jing, she who was descending from the sky. Bang! The devil well directly shattered the chaos in the void, as if it was not blocked at all. It continued to descend toward the middle-aged man and Gu Fei. Gu Fei sensed great danger. He was suddenly awakened from his mysterious state of mind. Then he saw the devil well descending like 100,000 ancient demonic mountains, and his expression changed dramatically. Even though he had broken through to the void-controlling realm, Gu Fei still felt as fragile as an ant under the devil well. If the devil well really descended, he would be smashed to pieces. Your body is not bad. I want it. Endless demonic chi surged out of the devil well. The voice of the primordial fire demon was heard from the devil well. Humph! The middle-aged man did not speak. He only sneered. He had survived through hundreds of trials and was only left with a strand of his soul to control his body. Even so, he did not panic in the face of danger, and his expression did not change. He grabbed Gu Fei with one hand, then punched open the void that was sealed by the devil well, and threw Gu Fei out. By the time he threw Gu Fei out, the demonic well had already arrived above his head. You want my body? The middle-aged man looked up at the evil devil well. Fine. Then I'll give it to you. 2 beams of divine light shot out of his eyes, as if they could pierce through the void and look into the depths of the devil well. Then his entire body began to shine with heavenly light. As if he was on fire, every inch of his skin and every piece of his bones began to shine with heavenly light. Terrifying energy began to pour out of his body. Boom! With a loud quake, the void around the middle-aged man was instantly shattered by the terrifying power and turned into a chaotic mess. He used all the power contained in his body without holding anything back. He shot up into the sky. Everywhere he went, the void shattered. He rushed directly into the devil well. The evil devil well shook violently. Arg! You! An angry roar came from the devil well. Rumble! Terrifying power waves came from the devil well. The devil well shook again and again, as if there was a terrifying, heavenly beast trying to break out of the devil well. When the crowd saw this shocking scene, they were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that the evil well would suddenly appear here. Gu Fei, who had been thrown by the middle-aged man, felt as if he was riding on a cloud. His body flew several miles away before he could stabilize himself. Boom! Another loud sound came from the devil well. Endless divine light penetrated the walls of the devil well, pierced through the void, and shot in all directions. Swoosh! In the distance, a snow-capped mountain that stood tall on the ground was swept by the divine light. Immediately, like snow under the sun, it silently disappeared from the world. A few unlucky fellows who were watching from afar were swept by the divine light. They didn't even have the chance to scream before their souls dissipated in an instant. Everyone turned pale with fright, and they hurriedly controlled their streaks of light to retreat into the distance. Arg, you want to perish together with me? Dream on. The devil well shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. Terrifying turbulence of energy spewed out from the well. Specks of divine light twinkled like billions of stars. The primordial fire demon's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. He seemed to be in great danger. Endless devil chi seeped out from the devil well and enveloped the world. The evil and terrifying aura made all the cultivators tremble with fear. The devil well was too mysterious and terrifying. No one knew where the pitch-black mouth led to. Waves of vast demonic essence erupted from the demonic well, gradually suppressing the power that erupted from the middle-aged man who rushed into the demonic well. The middle-aged man's aura was domineering. However, he was not at his peak. His body and divine soul had suffered unimaginable damage. He should have died back then. He was only summoned by the sound of the heaven-shaking war drum. A wisp of his soul that had yet to dissipate awakened and temporarily took control of his body to fight against the ancient demon. Even with the immortal flame body and the last burst of power from his body, it couldn't destroy the devil well. However, just as the primordial fire demon was about to completely destroy the middle-aged man's power with the devil's well, the surrounding space suddenly shattered. A few terrifying figures that resembled gods and demons walked out of the shattered space. "Die, demon!" Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice resounded. Then a pitch-black, ghostly hand the size of a mountain condensed in the void and directly grabbed at the devil well in the sky. Then a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram flew over from the north. A terrifying aura surged and shook the world. Damn it, using numbers to win, despicable. The primordial fire demon's angry and unwilling words came from the devil well. Then he controlled the devil well and directly shattered the void, escaping into the void. Endless devil chi retreated like a tide. The terrifying evil aura was quickly fading. The ancient demon saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. The pitch-black, ghostly hand, which was as large as a mountain, directly tore apart the void. However, it was no longer able to stop the demonic well. Chase! The terrifying figures that walked out from the void immediately shattered the void and chased after the ancient demon. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram also disappeared into the void. An ancient demon, like the primordial fire demon, was difficult to kill. Although the peerless expert that walked out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram destroyed the primordial fire demon's inner world and destroyed his body, the primordial fire demon's primordial spirit merged with the devil well and escaped. The terrifying experts all left, but the cultivators nearby could not recover from the shock for a long time. No one had thought that such a thing would happen. No one knew why the devil's well had suddenly appeared. That mysterious middle-aged man had rushed into the devil's well and was most likely already dead. That devil's well was simply too strange and evil. "Gu Fei!" someone suddenly shouted. Then the people of the three great Taoist sects immediately recovered and looked at Gu Fei, who was standing in the void. Swoosh! A sword light filled the sky. Old Monster Xianyuan was the first to use the sword light and rushed towards Gu Fei. He was extremely excited. He had to get the longevity grass from Gu Fei. All the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects looked at Gu Fei with excitement and fanaticism, as if they had seen the most precious treasure in the world. Swoosh! 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 More than a dozen figures, with powerful fluctuations, rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who had just woken up, was shocked. Before he could react, he was surrounded by those old monsters. "Gu Fei, I am Taoist Chi of the Taishan sect. I am of the same generation as your grandmaster's grandmaster. Come back to the Taishan sect with me." Taoist Chi smiled happily. The wrinkles on her face were like ravines. She approached Gu Fei with a bright smile and reached out to grab Gu Fei's shoulder. "Taoist Chi, what do you mean by this?" Old Monster Xianyuan and the old monsters of the Shangqing sect were not willing. The Taishan sect wanted to take the longevity grass for themselves? No way. The old monsters of the Guangqing celestial sect and the Shangqing sect all moved forward. They would not let Gu Fei leave so easily. Chapter 419. More than a dozen old monsters blocked Gu Fei and the elders of the Taishan sect in the sky. It seemed impossible for Gu Fei to easily leave. Even Chi Deopeo's expression changed at this time. It should be known that these old guys wanted to live forever and break through to the demigod realm. They were crazy about it. No one wanted to die when their lifespan was exhausted. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, these old monsters would do anything to extend their lifespan. The longer people lived, the more they were afraid of death. No one wanted to die. Xianyuan fellow, Gu Fei is a disciple of the Taishan sect. If we want to take him back to the sect, do we need your approval? Chi Deopeo's expression was a little ugly. At this time, 3 old Taoist priests had already protected Gu Fei. These 3 old men were elders of the Taishan sect who had not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time. Even Gu Fei had never seen these 3 elders of the sect before. Including Qi Daopao, there were only 4 peerless masters of the Taishan sect present, but there were more than a dozen elders of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect. Qi Daopao, you and I both know that there is no need to be so clear. It is impossible for the Taishan sect to monopolize that thing. Old monster Xianyuan stood on a golden sword light, his white hair fluttering in the wind. He looked coldly at Qi Daopao with a faint smile on his face. The 3 great sects are of the same breath. The Taishan sect should not go too far, said another old man. He was one of the 3 masters who had dared to directly attack old monster Qishan. Seeing old monster Xianyuan and the old man approaching her, even Qi Daopeo's expression changed. Old monster Xianyuan and the old man's cultivation was above hers. Qi Daopao knew that she had no chance of winning against any one of them. Old monster Xianyuan and the old man were already half a step into the demigod realm. However, they were also facing the predicament of their lifespan coming to an end. The longevity grass was the only hope they could grasp. It was a matter of life and death. If they wanted to take away Gu Fei in front of them, it would definitely not be an easy task. Moreover, there were over a dozen old monsters eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Daopo Qi cursed inwardly. She didn't think that the 4 of them could contend against over a dozen old monsters. Under the protection of the 3 elders, Gu Fei's expression remained calm as he watched everything coldly. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to contend against these elders. However, if he were to escape, perhaps no one here would be able to stop him. He was wondering if he should test his strength after his transformation. These people wanted the longevity grass. Therefore, even if he broke out of the encirclement, they would not dare to kill him. After all, only he knew where the longevity grass was. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Gu Fei suddenly laughed out loud 3 times, and then swoosh! His figure blurred, and at a speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye, he left behind an afterimage as he soared into the sky. No one thought that Gu Fei would suddenly rush out. Everyone was stunned for a moment. However, it was this hesitation that allowed Gu Fei to rush out of the encirclement. In an instant, Gu Fei soared more than 100 feet and then took large strides in the void. Swoosh! His figure blurred again. In the next moment, before the afterimage dissipated, he had already appeared several hundred feet away. Cultivators in the Imperial Void Realm could soar into the sky and travel between heaven and earth. However, warriors in the Imperial Void Realm were even more terrifying. Gu Fei used the desolate steps. It was as if he was teleporting. He ran in the void at an extremely fast speed. Chase! Don't let him escape. Be careful, don't hurt him. Just stop him. When everyone came back to their senses, they shouted as they rode on their escape lights and chased after Gu Fei. Some of them did not forget to remind everyone that if Gu Fei was hurt, it would not be good. Huh! Gu Fei laughed out loud, and a 5-colored aura came out of his body. A majestic power that was as heavy as a mountain surged out from his body. He seemed to have turned into a 5-colored rainbow, quickly crossing the sky. The powerful aura frightened the beasts along the way, and they roared continuously. The birds and beasts in the mountains, after sensing the aura on Gu Fei's body, felt very uneasy. The feeling of flying in the sky was so refreshing. Gu Fei only felt that his body seemed to have merged with the void. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth passed through his body. He was like a fish in the water, flying wherever he wanted to go, and flying however he wanted to fly. The world allowed him to roam freely. At this moment, Gu Fei felt that his future was no longer dark. The path of martial arts was not a path of no return. In particular, he had obtained the martial arts imprint, which allowed him to refer to the path that the predecessors had taken and continue to move forward. He would not stop here. The supreme martial way was not a dream. Swoosh! 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 Gu Fei moved a few hundred feet with a single step. Although it seemed like he was taking a stroll in the air, every single step he took covered a few hundred feet. It was as if he was teleporting at an extremely fast speed. This speed was faster than the escape light of martial cultivators. Although he had just broken through to the void controlling realm, in terms of speed, there were already few people who could match him. It had to be said that the desolate steppes, this set of ancient mysterious skills, was really mysterious and unpredictable. With the improvement of his cultivation, at this time, Gu Fei could be considered to have just started. He was very expectant. This mysterious skill might really have the power to travel across the untainted land in 8 steps. If the rumors were true, then who in the world could catch up with Gu Fei? Buzz! The sword light vibrated, and a golden sword light, like a dazzling golden meteor, chased from behind Gu Fei. The incomparably sharp sword chi surged in the high sky. Gu Fei, stop! Old monster Shen Yuan said directly. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He paid no attention to Shen Yuan eccentric's words, and he continued to fly towards the south. Stop? Only an idiot would stop. Gu Fei was not an idiot. Of course he would not stop. Behind old monster Shen Yuan, there were 2 escape lights that were not weaker than old monster Xuan Yuan's. They chased closely. In the void further away, there were more than 10 escape lights flashing. From the speed of the escape lights, it could be seen that the cultivation of the old monsters of the 3 great Taoist sects was uneven. Old monster Shen Yuan of the Guangqing Immortal Sect was undoubtedly the one with the highest cultivation among them. The other 2 old men's cultivation was also on par with old monster Xuan Yuan's. However, the speed of the sword light of the flying sword was much faster than that of ordinary flying methods. Even so, old monster Shen Yuan could not get rid of the 2 escape lights behind him, and Gu Fei could not get rid of old monster Shen Yuan either. As a result, a spectacular scene appeared in the sky. More than 10 escape lights, as dazzling as divine rainbows, with powerful Dharma power fluctuations, flashed across the void. Without any disguise, the escape lights illuminated the world. Behind the escape lights, some peerless experts of other sects also followed. Among them, some were just there to watch the show, while some had ulterior motives. Soon, Gu Fei, old monster Shen Yuan, and the others disappeared under the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. On the mountainside of a snowy mountain in the north, there was a pitch-black cave from which a faint light could be seen. From time to time, the cold wind whistled past, sweeping up snowflakes. Deep inside the cave, there was a weak fluctuation of Dharma power, indicating that there were cultivators cultivating inside. The cave was very bright because there was a pearl embedded in the stone wall at the top of the cave that emitted a soft light. The cave was not big, with a radius of only a few dozen feet. On a stone platform in the middle of the cave, a white-robed young man sat cross-legged. The young man was unusually handsome, with eyes like cold stars and sword-like eyebrows. It could be said that he was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. In the hand of the white-robed young man, there was a transparent crystal ball the size of a fist. Inside the crystal ball, there was a figure the size of a thumb. The crystal ball was engraved with mysterious talismans, and each talisman lit up. The small figure inside the crystal ball was struggling violently, as if it wanted to break out. Dongfang Qin, what do you want? Hurry up and let me out. An old voice came out of the crystal ball, like a mosquito. Ha ha, old hag, save your strength. This god-devouring pearl is used to capture nascent soul. Unless I let you out, otherwise, no matter how strong your nascent soul is, it will be difficult to break out of the seal. The white-robed young man said with a gloomy smile, God-devouring pearl? This is a magic treasure of the Devil Tao. How did you get it? Did you actually risk the world's condemnation and fall into the Devil Tao?" In the crystal ball held by the young man, the small figure had stopped and said in surprise, "Humph. It doesn't matter if I'm a god or a devil, as long as I can become stronger. Even if I fall into the Devil Tao, it's not impossible." The white-robed young man's eyes suddenly revealed a fierce look, and he said viciously, "Dongfang Qin, you trapped me, are you going to?" The figure trapped in the crystal ball said in a frightened voice, "That's right. After refining you, my cultivation should be able to break through to the void, controlling realm." The white-robed young man said coldly, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You're crazy. As a descendant of the Dongfang family, how can you do such a thing that angers people and gods? Aren't you afraid that if others find out, your reputation will be ruined?" The words of shock and anger came out of the crystal ball. The white-robed young man stared at the figure in the crystal ball and suddenly laughed evilly, and then said somewhat nervously, "As long as I can defeat Gu Fei, so what if my reputation is ruined? Ha! Dongfang Qin, you can't do this. The Dongfang family and the Beitang family are allies. You can't do this to me." The figure in the crystal ball suddenly panicked. Chapter 420. Dongfang Chen's hands began to emit bursts of black light, and a strange power was emitted from the crystal ball. The runes engraved on the crystal ball were completely stimulated and began to emit a gloomy and terrifying aura. An evil power instantly enveloped the entire crystal ball. Obviously, Dongfang Chen was using a secret method of the Devil Tao to refine the primordial spirit and nascent soul that was sealed by the god-devouring pearl. Roar! Dongfang Chen, I curse you to die a horrible death. Inside the crystal ball, there was a horrified and inconsolable voice. Waves of vast energy began to flow out like a stream of water into Dongfang Chen's hands. Soon his whole body was enveloped by the devastating light that surged out from the crystal ball, and the vast energy fluctuations were mighty in the depths of the cave. The crystal ball continuously emitted pure yuan qi, and bursts of powerful aura filled the air. The surrounding walls of the cave flashed with spiritual light. Those were the runes that Dongfang Qin had engraved in advance. He used the power of the runes to guide the qi of heaven and earth to seal the void, not allowing the aura in the cave to leak out. However, the movement of the primordial spirit and nascent soul that he had refined could not be completely isolated even with the runes he had engraved. In the end, there was still a trace of strange fluctuation coming out of the cave. However, the nearby area was sparsely populated, and it was late at night, so no one discovered that Dongfang Qin was refining the primordial spirit and nascent soul in the cave. In order to improve his cultivation, Dongfang Qin did not hesitate to fall into the Devil Tao. Gu Fei flew in the air for several hours, and he still felt that the yuan qi in his body was endless, and he did not feel tired at all. After his body had transformed, it was as if a treasure house had been opened, releasing a powerful force. For a martial artist, the body was like a treasure house. As the cultivation level increased, the treasures that had been sealed in the body would gradually be opened. For Gu Fei, the transformation of his body allowed him to come into contact with a deeper level of the power of the body. All the bones in his body had become colorful, like a 5-colored divine bone. In his flesh and blood, there was a 5-colored divine light surging, as if every inch of his muscles was flashing with multicolored light. After the transformation, Gu Fei's body was comparable to a divine weapon, and it was strong to an unimaginable level. The most important thing was that the improvement of his divine sense allowed him to come into contact with the origin of life, the soul. A purple flame brand was imprinted on his skull, hidden under his skin. The soul imprint was directly connected to the inner world. It was the bridge between the physical body and the inner world. As the inner world grew, Gu Fei's divine sense would merge with the inner world. At that time, the inner world would be him, and he would be the inner world. However, Gu Fei knew that the void-controlling realm was not the limit of the transformation of the fleshly body. His fleshly body had merely experienced a transformation. He was looking forward to the next metamorphosis. However, the cultivation of a martial artist was extremely difficult. Wanting to metamorphose again was not an easy task. He still had a long way to go. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps to temporarily shake off the group of troublesome old monsters behind him and appeared in a forest. There was no ice or cold here, and the surrounding area was the border between the northern lands and the central plains. After flying for a few hours, Gu Fei had no idea how far he had traveled to the south. However, he was sure that he was far away from the north. The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time in the primeval forest. Gu Fei concealed his aura and silently traversed through the forest. With his current cultivation, the snakes, insects, and rats in the forest were no longer a threat to him. With the strength of his body, there were no snakes, insects, rats, or rats that could bite through his skin. However, he was still very careful as he traversed through the forest. He did not want to make any noise, nor did he want to alarm the animals in the forest. This was because there were many powerful old monsters following behind him. However, when Gu Fei passed through a dense forest and walked out of it, he was intercepted by someone. It was a woman dressed in an emerald green dress. She seemed to have blended in with the scenery around her. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, giving her an elegant and otherworldly appearance. She was like a fairy who was above the common populace and could fly away with the wind at any time. She stood on a patch of grass. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were as clear as water. She looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile on her almost perfect face. It must be said that this woman was extremely beautiful. At the very least, Gu Fei could not find a single flaw on her body. She seemed to be slightly better than all the women he knew. "Little brother, I'm very curious as to why that group of old farts are chasing after you. Can you tell me?" The woman's red lips parted, and her clear, bell-like voice rang out in the open space outside the dense forest. "It's you!" Gu Fei was shocked. He had already recognized the fairy-like woman who had intercepted him. This woman was the master of the three-eyed purple marten, a powerhouse of the demon clan. To be more precise, this woman was not a human, but a demon. Moreover, she was a terrifying demon who had cultivated to the point of being able to transform into a human. "Little brother, you seem to be very familiar with the powerhouse of my clan. Can you introduce me to that powerhouse?" The woman looked to be in her 20s and did not seem much older than Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. Although this beautiful woman looked very young, who knew if she was even older than the old monsters who were chasing after him? In the world of cultivation, a cultivator's appearance did not mean anything. Gu Fei looked at the woman and said calmly, "The people who were chasing after me were the seniors of my sect. I didn't want to go back with them, so I ran away." Gu Fei said casually. He would not reveal the reason why the old monsters were chasing after him. Who knew if this woman was also after the longevity grass? As for my brother, he went after that little monk. If you want to get to know him, I can certainly introduce him to you. Gu Fei thought for a moment before replying. His words could be said to be watertight. The woman from the demon race couldn't help but frown when she heard his answer. Then she suddenly smiled and said, "Little brother, do you want to completely get rid of those old farts behind you?" Gu Fei was not bewitched by this woman's peerless appearance. He maintained his vigilance against this woman. Before he knew what she wanted to do, he would not say anything. "Hee. Of course, I want to get rid of those seniors behind me. Do you have any ideas?" Gu Fei looked at the woman in front of him with interest and asked with a smile, "This is simple. As long as you temporarily go to my demon race as a guest, no one will be able to find you." The woman said, "Yes, after saying so much, I still haven't asked for your name. Can you tell me?" Gu Fei said. In his heart, he wondered what kind of background this fairy-like woman from the demon race had. Gu Fei did not immediately agree to the woman's invitation. Go to the demon race as a guest? Wouldn't that be like entering a demon nest? Just the thought of it made Gu Fei's scalp go numb. He was very clear that if he really went to the demon race as a guest, it would not be easy for him to come out. My name is Yan Wu Shuang. You must remember that. Hee hee. The woman from the demon race covered her cherry lips with her hand and said with a smile. She had an otherworldly aura, but her words were filled with charm. Gu Fei felt his heart palpitating as he had the urge to pull this girl named Yan Wu Shuang into his embrace and take good care of her. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly said his name. In fact, he knew that this woman definitely knew his background. Otherwise, she would not have intercepted him here. This Yan Wu Shuang would not have the time to come to this barren mountain to enjoy the scenery in the middle of the night. So your name is Gu Fei. Come with me, little brother Gu, Yan Wu Shuang said as she walked towards Gu Fei. Suddenly, a purple shadow flickered. A small purple marten the size of a fist scuttled out from the bushes and jumped onto Yan Wu Shuang's shoulder. Where to? Gu Fei pretended to be confused. He did not want to go to the demon race as a guest with Yan Wu Shuang. Her motive was definitely not simple. One had to know that Yan Wu Shuang was a greater demon that could transform. This kind of greater demon was comparable to a peerless expert of the void controlling realm. It was extremely terrifying. A greater demon that could transform would most likely be a demon king in the demon race. What, are you not willing? Yan Wu Shuang continued to walk towards Gu Fei step by step. Although her words were gentle, a gust of air appeared out of nowhere and swept across the dense forest. Gu Fei's expression gradually turned solemn. His eyes lit up like cold stars. He could sense a dangerous aura from the other party's body. At this moment, a sharp, air-piercing sound came from the distance. Then a golden sword light, like a golden bolt of lightning, illuminated the night sky and rapidly approached Gu Fei and Yan Wu Shuang. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop rapidly as the cold sword chi arrived. Old monster Xianyuan. Gu Fei could not help but reveal a strange expression when he felt the familiar fluctuation of sword chi. This old monster of the Guangqing immortal sect was too difficult to deal with. Yan Wu Shuang had already stopped when the sword light appeared. She raised her head and looked at the sword light in the sky. She did not expect old monster Xianyuan to arrive so quickly. Swoosh! The dazzling golden sword light fell from the sky like a meteor. The extremely sharp sword chi immediately spread out in all directions. Swoosh! As the sword chi shot out, the flowers and grass within a 6-meter radius were instantly sliced into countless pieces by the sword chi, scattering on the ground. The dazzling sword light disappeared in an instant, and a young man in white appeared from within it. This young man was the old monster of the Guangqing immortal sect, old monster Xianyuan. Although his lifespan was coming to an end, his appearance had not changed. He looked like a young man in his 20s. However, his hair was completely white, tied behind his head with a simple ribbon. Chapter 421. Yan Wu Shuang of the Demon Clan. Just like her name suggested, her beauty was absolutely unparalleled. However, she was not just a pretty vase, but a powerful, great demon clan. Only a grand demon could transform into a human. This kind of grand demon was strong enough to fight against a peerless expert of the void controlling realm. For such an expert of the demon race to suddenly appear in a desolate mountain at night and intercept Gu Fei, it was obvious that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. However, Gu Fei did not know why the demon clan was interested in him. Could it be that the demon clan was also interested in the longevity grass? However, just as Yan Wu Shuang was about to invite Gu Fei away, old monster Xianyuan of the Guangqing celestial sect rushed down from the sky on a sword light. The chilly sword chi immediately spread out in the open space outside the forest. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly due to the impact of the sword qi. Gu Fei only felt a chilly qi attacking his body, as if a divine weapon was pressed against his neck. The pure and powerful sword qi from old monster Shenyuan caused Yan Wushuang's expression to change. She thought to herself, the Guangqing celestial sword cultivator is indeed worthy of his reputation. Old monster Shenyuan did not conceal his aura at all. There seemed to be golden threads circling his body. This was a sign that he had cultivated his sword principle to an extremely high level, and his sword qi had turned into threads. Although the Dao sect has formed an alliance with the demon clan, I hope you will not interfere in the Dao sect's internal affairs. Old monster Shenyuan naturally knew that this demon clan woman's cultivation was not weak, and he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Demons who could cultivate to become grand demons and transform into human were not simple. In fact, what really worried old monster Shenyuan was that this woman seemed to have a special relationship with the demon Lord Huanglong. When the ancient devil broke out of the seal, this woman appeared on the 5-colored divine bird. Please don't misunderstand. I just saw that Brother Gu Fei seems to be familiar with the Almighty of my clan, so I want to invite him to the demon clan as a guest. Yan Wushuang said with a smile. Oh. Old freak Shenyuan naturally didn't believe Yan Wushuang's words, so he said, then you can leave. Gu Fei definitely won't go to the demon race as a guest now. After finally catching up with Gu Fei, how could old monster Shenyuan let the cooked duck fly away? Gu Fei could not leave. He had to get the longevity grass. The elders of the 3 great Taoist societies who were nearing the end of their lifespans wanted to extend their lifespans. Even eccentric Shenyuan was no exception. How do you know that he's not willing to be a guest of the demon clan? If he is willing to go and you try to stop him, then you won't be giving our demon race any face, Yan Wushuang said. Although she still had a smile on her face, her tone was cold. Humph, the hands of the demon race have stretched too far. It's better not to meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in, old monster Shenyuan said with a serious expression. Although the Dao sects and the demon race had formed an alliance due to various reasons, the relationship between them was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. The experts of the 2 great sects still clashed with each other from time to time. After saying that, old monster Shenyuan took a step forward. The sword qi exuding from his body became even stronger. His white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His entire body seemed to have turned into an unsheathed heavenly sword. After old monster Shenyuan arrived, Gu Fei did not say anything. He looked at Yan Wushuang and then at old monster Shenyuan, watching the scene with interest. In order to find out the situation of the expert of my clan, I have no choice but to ask Brother Gu Fei to go. As far as I know, Brother Gu Fei is not a disciple of the Guangqing celestial sect, so you don't have the right to stop Brother Gu Fei from leaving, Yan Wushuang said without backing down. Humph. If that's the case, let's see who's the real deal. Old monster Xuanyuan's eyes suddenly emitted 2 brilliant rays of divine light. He glanced at Yan Wushuang and spoke with his actions. Qi. Qi. The 2 rays of divine light shot out from old monster Xuanyuan's body, pierced through the void, making a slight, air-piercing sound. They were like 2 divine swords shooting toward Yan Wushuang. When he had cultivated the way of the sword celestial to such a level, his entire body had become a sword. Every part of his body could emit an unparalleled sword qi. The cultivation world was a place where strength spoke louder. Yan Wushuang and old monster Shenyuan both knew that their opponents would not let them take Gu Fei away easily, so they had no choice but to fight. The one with the higher cultivation and stronger strength would be able to take Gu Fei away. Let's fight. I'll go with whoever wins. Maybe I'll give the longevity grass to the winner if I'm in a good mood. Gu Fei retreated calmly and then leaped onto the top of the tree. Old monster Shenyuan and Yan Wushuang were startled when they heard about the longevity grass, and their eyes lit up. Yan Wushuang gently waved her jade-like hands, shattering the two fierce rays of divine light. Then she grabbed at old monster Xianyuan with her right hand. Chi, 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 chi. 5 brilliant rays of light shot out from her fingertips, piercing through the void like 5 divine spears, and piercing toward old monster Xuanyuan's abdomen. The abdomen was a cultivator's weak point. It was where the dantian of the Purple Mansion was located, so it was extremely important. If the dantian was pierced, the cultivator would be severely injured. Humph! Old monster Xianyuan sneered. An extremely powerful wave of sword chi was suddenly emitted from the dantian of the Purple Mansion. Then a golden sword ray shot out from his abdomen, instantly shattering the 5 rays of finger radiance that had pierced through his abdomen. Then the golden sword ray shot toward Yan Wushuang. The sword ray was like a dragon, illuminating the heaven and earth and splitting the void. Wherever the sword ray passed, transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out. The power of the sword shook the heaven and earth, causing the void to vibrate. Yan Wushuang shouted and leaped into the air like a fairy. Then she flicked her fingers as if she was playing a lute. Rays of finger radiance shot out and bombarded the golden sword ray that was chasing after her. Ding! 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 The sound of metal striking rang out. The golden sword ray was continuously shaken by the finger radiance, but it was still flying toward Yan Wushuang in the sky. At this moment, the 3-eyed purple marten, who had been lying on Yan Wushuang's shoulder, was so shocked that it had burrowed into the spirit beast pouch on Yan Wushuang's waist. Heavenly monster slaughters gods. Reverse the universe. Yan Wushuang shouted in a low voice. She waved her hands, and a vast amount of medicinal power surged out from her hands. It formed a vortex in front of her, and it flew toward the sword ray that was coming at her. One sword to destroy all techniques. Old monster Xianyuan did not dare to be careless. He shouted and pointed at the flying sword in his hand. The golden sword ray suddenly shone brightly, and it suddenly grew to 10 feet long, emitting an even more powerful and fierce sword chi fluctuation. Swoosh! The 10 feet long sword ray fiercely slashed into the vortex in front of Yan Wushuang, and the sound of cloth being cut open was heard in the void. One sword to destroy all techniques? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Yan Wushuang said disdainfully. Then the vortex in front of her, which was formed from endless medicinal power, emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. The space within the vortex seemed to have been reversed, and it became turbulent. Even the void was distorted. Yan Wushuang wanted to use force to take away old monster Xuanyuan's flying sword. The 10 feet long sword ray was unable to break through the turbulent vortex, but it was not an easy task for Yan Wushuang to take away old monster Xuanyuan's flying sword. The two forces fiercely collided in the air and canceled each other out. The sword ray, which emitted an unparalleled sword chi, tried to break through the vortex of demonic power, but the vortex of demonic power tried to devour the flying sword. For a moment, Yan Wushuang and old monster Xianyuan were in a stalemate, and no one was able to gain the upper hand. Just then, a few more powerful auras came from the north. Needless to say, the people from the 3 great Tao sects had finally caught up. Gu Fei's expression changed when he sensed those auras. Then, without thinking, he shot up into the sky and used the 8 desolation steps to fly toward the south. You guys take your time. I'm not going to keep you company. Gu Fei's voice came from afar. Old monster Xianyuan and Yan Wushuang were in a stalemate, and they didn't dare to be careless or distracted. Otherwise, they would be seriously injured. They couldn't divert their attention to stop Gu Fei. They could only watch helplessly as Gu Fei disappeared in front of them. Old monster Xianyuan and Yan Wushuang couldn't help but be angry. If it weren't for the other party's interference, they would have already taken away Gu Fei. At this time, the two of them were really angry. Boom! With a loud explosion, the demonic power vortex in front of Yan Wushuang shattered, and the powerful force directly sent her flying hundreds of feet away. Old monster Xuanyuan's flying sword was also sent flying, and its light dimmed. A vast and terrifying force swept out in all directions. The flowers and trees within a radius of dozens of feet were instantly torn to pieces by the destructive force, and the mighty aftershock shook the earth. Whoosh! Yan Wushuang shot up into the sky, no longer paying attention to old monster Xuanyuan, and directly turned into a dark green light, chasing in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. Preposterous! Old monster Xuanyuan cursed inwardly, and then he called back his flying sword. Then he merged with his sword, turned into a sword light, and shot up into the sky, chasing after Yan Wushuang. Gu Fei must not fall into the hands of the demon clan. After Gu Fei, old monster Xuanyuan, and the others left, several rays of light cut through the void like meteors, flying above the place where old monster Xuanyuan and Yan Wushuang had just fought. Chapter 422. The first rays of the morning sun shone in the boundless ancient forest. The roars of beasts and the chirps of birds echoed throughout the forest. It was a lively morning. The fog in the ancient primitive forest had not completely dissipated. As far as the eye could see, it extended to the dark green sky. Clouds and smoke floated in the air. A large river, like a white ribbon, separated this piece of dark green. It was a large river. The river was more than a dozen miles wide. The sound of the surging river could be heard from far away. There was a white figure sitting cross-legged on a large rock by the river. The water splashed against the rock, but the splashes were only half a foot away from the figure. However, the splashes didn't reach the figure's body. His black hair casually draped over his shoulders and back. His eyes were closed as if he was listening to the sounds of nature and feeling the pulse of the world. He sat on the large rock by the river motionlessly like a stone statue without any aura. There was not even a trace of life from his body. It was as if he had merged with nature and become a part of the world. If a successful cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely be moved. This was because the young man sitting on the large rock by the river had clearly entered the state of being one with the world. This state of cultivation couldn't be entered at any time. It could be said that the state of being one with the world would only appear when one had an epiphany. There were many cultivators in the world, but every cultivator only had one goal, and that was to pursue immortality. However, there were very few cultivators who could have an epiphany. Epiphany was a type of opportunity. It couldn't be forced, and it couldn't be forced. After a cultivator had an epiphany, their strength wouldn't increase by much. Only their mental state would increase. However, after a cultivator had an epiphany, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in the future. The young man in white sat on the large rock by the river for a few hours. The sun rose from the east, illuminating the world and dispelling the last trace of darkness. From time to time, colorful butterflies or birds would fly by the young man in white. From time to time, small animals would come out of the grass by the river to drink water. These small animals did not seem to sense the existence of the white-clothed youth as they leisurely walked past the boulder that the white-clothed youth was sitting on. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. An emerald-green bird flew out from the forest beside the boulder and landed on the white-clothed youth's head. The white-clothed young man remained motionless. Not even his eyelashes moved. As for the bird that landed on his head, it did not seem to feel that there was something wrong with its landing. It fluttered a few times on the white-clothed young man's head before flying back into the forest. All of this was so harmonious. When the sun was high up in the sky, sunlight shone on the white-robed young man's body, making it seem as if his body was enveloped in a layer of hazy light. It was unknown when an old man wearing a Taoist robe appeared outside the forest by the river. The old man was only 4 to 5 feet away from the white-robed youth. He was an old Taoist with a very peculiar appearance. The right side of his face was full of flesh and was as rosy as a baby's, but the left side of his face was wrinkled and stuck to his cheekbones. At first glance, he simply looked like half of a skull covered in human skin. The right side of the old Taoist's body was full of qi and blood and was full of vitality. On the other hand, the left side of his body was lifeless without a trace of vitality. Life and death, these two polar opposite forces, actually appeared on the same person at the same time. Furthermore, the fact that the person was not dead seemed to have maintained the two forces in a delicate state of balance. The old Taoist was Taoist priest Ku Rong, a peerless demigod in the Tao sect. Taoist priest Ku Rong cultivated the path of life and death. Half of his body was alive while the other half was dead, so he had broken the shackles of the world and became an undead body. Needless to say, even a demigod who had broken the shackles of life and death did not have a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Immortality was not absolute. In this world, there were still a few people who could kill demigods. For example, the old tortoise and the young monk who walked out of Lord Buddha's tomb had the ability to kill demigods, let alone Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the other ancient almighty beings. Even if those ancient almighty beings could survive hundreds of battles, some of them only had a remnant of their soul left and were not completely dead yet. They still possessed great divinity and power that could easily kill a peerless demigod. Taoist priest Ku Rong stood quietly by the river. He did not go forward to disturb the young man in white who was sitting cross-legged on the big rock. His murky eyes sparkled from time to time. I didn't expect a genius to appear on Green Spirit Peak. After taking a deep look at the young man in white, Taoist priest Ku Rong turned around and walked into the forest. Following that, a dense forest about half a mile away from the river collapsed in an instant. The flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of several thousand meters turned into dust and disappeared from the world. It was very sudden, but everything happened in an instant. An empty space was opened up in the dense forest, and Taoist priest Ku Rong was standing at the center of it. Following that, Taoist Ku Rong began to draw runes on the ground as if he was going to set up a formation. The mysterious runes were extraordinary. Each of the runes was flickering with spiritual lights and emitted waves of energy fluctuations. About an hour later, the ground within a radius of several thousand meters was covered with countless runes of various sizes. The runes seemed messy, but they seemed to have formed a force, which could also be considered an unpredictable force field. Whoosh! When Taoist priest Ku Rong drew the last stroke, countless runes on the ground within a radius of several thousand meters lit up at once. Following that, the heaven and earth's spiritual qi gathered from all directions and merged into the runes. The formation formed by countless runes was activated. The void at the center of the formation was like a transparent water wave, ripples visible to the naked eye, and the void was distorting. Taoist priest Ku Rong seemed to be satisfied. He nodded and turned to walk toward the river. At noon, Gu Fei finally awoke from the mysterious martial realm. He had finally shaken off old monster Shen Yuan, Yan Wushuang, and the others, and entered the boundless forest. Following that, he sat with his legs crossed on a huge boulder beside a river. He initially wanted to comprehend the great Tao brand that the mysterious middle-aged man had branded in his heart, but to his surprise, he managed to comprehend it at that moment. The great Tao brand was a martial Tao rune that was produced when one reached the peak of the martial path. The person who was able to leave the great Tao rune behind had most likely reached the supreme martial progenitor realm. Currently, Gu Fei was still unable to comprehend it because he was not qualified to do so. He was too weak. However, even if he could not comprehend the great Tao rune, just sensing the martial Tao rune was enough for Gu Fei to enter a state of enlightenment where he was one with the heaven and man. Gu Fei felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like he had only closed his eyes to rest for a while. He seemed to have understood a lot of things, and he felt like he was enlightened. The problems that he had encountered in his cultivation seemed to have been easily solved. It was a magical feeling that made Gu Fei feel like it was unreal. He opened his eyes and rose from the boulder. At that moment, he felt that his realm had completely stabilized. After the enlightenment, he was truly a void-defending realm martial artist. The Green Spirit Peak's lineage might be able to shine in your hands. Suddenly, a voice was heard coming from the side. Gu Fei was taken aback, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a Taoist standing at the edge of the forest, less than 15 feet away from him, smiling at him. When Gu Fei saw the Taoist, he was stunned. He had seen this person before. When the ancient fire god's divine palace appeared, this Taoist controlled the altar and fought endlessly with the other demigods and demigods. Once someone saw Taoist Kurong's signature look, they would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives because his appearance was too peculiar. This Taoist was able to control the sect's altar, so he seemed to be a member of the sect. In just an instant, Gu Fei had thought of many things. He had vaguely guessed that this strange Taoist might have a deep relationship with the Taishan sect. "I'm Taoist Kurong from the Taishan sect," Taoist Kurong said with a smile. His smile made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. He saw that the right side of his face was smiling brightly, but the left side of his face looked like a half-skull. Taoist Kurong? I've never heard of him, Gu Fei thought to himself, but he still bowed to Taoist Kurong and said, "I'm Green Spirit Peak's disciple, Gu Fei. Greetings, Patriarch." Taoist Kurong was a peerless demigod who had broken through the hidden latch of life and death. It was not difficult to imagine that his seniority was probably much higher than that of the sect leader, Taoist Shantian, so Gu Fei dared not slight him. Taoist Kurong laughed and said to Gu Fei, "Why don't you follow me back to the Taishan sect now?" Yes, Gu Fei did not hesitate at all. Even if he did not want to return to the Taishan sect, it was no longer up to him. In front of a peerless demigod, he knew that he was probably not much stronger than an ant. Although there was only a big realm difference between the void-controlling realm and the demigod realm. The two could not be compared at all. A peerless demigod could kill a group of peerless void-controlling realm experts with just a wave of their hands. Gu Fei followed behind Taoist Kurong and walked through the dense forest. Soon, they arrived in front of the formation that Taoist Kurong had previously set up. Gu Fei was very surprised to see the formation. He could see that it was definitely set up by Taoist Kurong on the spot. Chapter 4:23. Taoist Kurong used his Tao power to carve an abstruse formation on the ground within a radius of several thousand feet. The runes could condense the world's essence and form a terrifying aura that could distort the void when Taoist Kurong poured his Tao power into them. Could it be? Gu Fei vaguely thought of a possibility, but this idea was too outrageous. The Taishan sect was definitely thousands of miles away from this endless forest. This place was still within the Northern Wei Empire's territory. According to Gu Fei's speculation, this endless forest should be between the north and the central plains. Just as Taoist Kurong was about to step into the formation, he suddenly stopped and looked at the forest on the right. "Who's there? Show yourself." As Taoist Kurong spoke, he had already pressed his right hand forward in the air. A large hand instantly condensed in front of his palm. It was as big as a small mountain and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. It pressed straight toward the forest on the right. Rumble! The mountain-sized palm shook heaven and earth. An endless power surged in front of the hand, causing the forest to collapse and the ground to tremble. Following that, a cry of surprise was heard from the forest. Then, a green figure rushed out of the forest. Someone was really spying on them. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked. Even though his cultivation base had broken through to the void controlling realm, he was still weak. He could not sense that someone was lurking nearby. The figure had a slender figure and seemed to be a woman. She was shrouded by a dark green demonic cloud. She looked up into the sky and flew toward the north. A demon? Taoist Kurong seemed a little surprised. He did not attack again and let the person leave. The person rode on a demonic cloud and disappeared into the distance after a few flashes. Gu Fei did not see the person's appearance clearly, but he could vaguely guess who it was. Apart from the people from the 3 great Tao sects, Yan Wushuang was also following him. It seems to be his daughter, Taoist Kurong murmured as he looked in the direction where the demonic aura disappeared. He seemed to have figured out the person's origin. Taoist Kurong no longer hesitated. He led Gu Fei into the formation and used his Tao power to completely guide the formation's power. Taoist Kurong and Gu Fei stood at the center of the formation, where the runes on the ground within several thousand feet of them emitted a dazzling spiritual light. A vast energy was condensing. Gu Fei could see the space around him distorting. He could no longer see the scenery outside. At this time, he already knew that this was a teleportation array. A peerless demigod had all sorts of abilities that were hard to fathom. He was actually able to set up a teleportation formation at the last minute. This really surprised Gu Fei. Swoosh! A burst of intense light burst out. The light was as bright as the sun, piercing Gu Fei's eyes and causing him to close them. Following that, Gu Fei felt the world spin around him, as if the world had been reversed in that instant. He felt as if he had nowhere to exert his strength, as if he was floating in the air, unable to touch anything. Gu Fei also felt dizzy. It was as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, and his lungs felt like it was difficult to breathe. It was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this situation did not last for long. After about half an hour, Gu Fei felt his body tremble, and his feet seemed to have landed on the ground. It feels so good to have my feet on the ground, Gu Fei thought to himself. He finally opened his eyes. The strong light outside made his eyes uncomfortable, but he quickly adapted to it. Nevertheless, he quickly got used to it. He looked around and saw that he and Taoist Kurong were standing on an altar with ancient runes carved on the ground. Gu Fei saw that the mysterious runes, which were emitting bright spiritual light, were quickly dimming. Soon they became dim. Where is this? Gu Fei thought to himself. Have we already returned to the Taishan sect? It was not like he had never been transported thousands of miles by a teleportation array before. Back in the southern wilderness, Gu Fei and a group of people from the Taishan sect had been transported to an important place in the 100,000 mountains. They had experienced something like this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Gu Fei was feeling bewildered, rays of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Each ray of light emitted a heavy fluctuation of magical power. 18 rays of light, 18 peerless masters. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The number of peerless masters who had suddenly appeared was even greater than the masters from the 3 great Taoist sects who had been tracking him. The ancient altar was built in a valley. The valley was not large, but it was filled with flowers and lush vegetation. The scenery was not bad. They're here. Taoist Kurong seemed to have known that something like this would happen. He was not surprised at all, and he still stood on the altar calmly. Who are they? Gu Fei thought to himself. 18 peerless masters was an extremely powerful force. In the world of cultivation, they would definitely be a superpower. The 18 rays of light flew from all directions like 18 divine rainbows. Even during the day, when the sun shone on the world, they were still dazzling. Soon, the 18 rays of light flew over the valley one after another and landed directly in front of the altar. These 18 peerless masters did not seem to dare to land directly on the altar. When the person in the lead appeared from the rays of light, Gu Fei already knew who he was. The person in the lead was a Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. Gu Fei was very familiar with this Taoist. This Taoist was the leader of the Taishan sect, Taoist Shantian. Behind Taoist Shantian stood 17 men and women. Among these 17 people, there was a white-haired old man, a middle-aged Taoist with a dignified appearance, and a young woman and a young man. Gu Fei realized that among these 17 people, there were heads of the other 7 branches of the 9 Taishan pulses. Apart from the heads of each branch, he did not know the others. He had never even seen them before. Greetings, Patriarch Kurong. Taoist Shantian led a group of Taishan sect cultivators and bowed respectfully to Taoist Kurong, who was standing on the altar. Taoist Kurong was a peerless demigod. He had already broken through the hidden latch of life and death and was on the road to immortality. No one knew how long he had lived. In the Taishan sect, there was probably no one who had a higher seniority than him. With a peerless demigod in charge, it was no wonder that the Taishan sect had been able to survive in the world of cultivation. Although the Taishan sect had experienced several crises where they were almost destroyed, they were still safe. All right. Taoist Kurong nodded, then walked out of the formation eye in the center of the altar and walked straight down the altar. Gu Fei hurriedly followed Taoist Kurong down the altar. There was a solemn atmosphere in the quiet valley. Taoist Shantian and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Taoist Kurong. They were extremely respectful. I've brought him back, but I want to accept him as an unofficial disciple, Taoist Kurong said as he arrived in front of everyone. Taoist Shantian and the others could not help but be stunned. They never thought that Taoist Kurong would want to accept Gu Fei as an unofficial disciple, which surprised them. Patriarch this. Taoist Shantian wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. The expressions of the others also became a little strange. If Taoist Shantian accepted Gu Fei as an unofficial disciple, wouldn't Taoist Shantian also become Gu Fei's junior? Do you have any objections? Taoist Kurong uttered coldly and released a powerful and oppressive aura. The aura pressured Taoist Shantian and the other peerless powerhouses to the point that they felt suffocated. Taoist Kurong was like an unreachable ancient sacred mountain. The powerful aura that he released made everyone's hearts palpitate. Patriarch Kurong wants to accept me as an unofficial disciple? Gu Fei was also dumbfounded by Taoist Kurong's words, and his mind went blank at once. I dare not. I'll listen to your orders, Patriarch. Taoist Shantian said fearfully. The first seats and the elders behind him quickly nodded in agreement. Gu Fei, are you willing to be my unofficial disciple? Taoist Kurong asked Gu Fei with a barely noticeable flash of light in his muddy eyes. What? Be his disciple? If I cultivate his cultivation technique, won't I become like him too? Although Gu Fei was very unwilling, he could not refuse at the moment. It might not be a bad thing for him to have Taoist Kurong as his backer. At the very least, nobody in the sect would dare to harm him. With a peerless, demigod-level figure as his master, anyone who wanted to harm Gu Fei would have scruples. After all, nobody was willing to offend a demigod. I am willing. Gu Fei agreed without thinking too much about it. Great, great, great. Taoist Kurong seemed to be very happy. He then added, I'm not a martial artist, but I've collected many martial artists' weapons over the past hundreds and thousands of years. I'll give this heavenly fault sword to you. Following that, Taoist Kurong took out an ancient sword from the storage bag on his waist. Gu Fei reached out to receive the ancient sword respectfully, but he was wondering why Taoist Kurong wanted to accept him as an unofficial disciple. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like Taoist Kurong had planned this a long time ago. Is there something fishy about this? Gu Fei could not understand why Taoist Kurong would do this. Although he had his suspicions, he did not show it on the surface. Congratulations, Patriarch. Taoist Shantian and the others hurriedly congratulated him with smiles on their faces. It seemed like they were happy that Taoist Kurong had accepted an excellent disciple. However, among the 18 peerless powerhouses from the Taishan sect, including Taoist Shantian, not many of them were truly happy about this matter. Chapter 4:24. Clang! When Gu Fei unsheathed the sword, the sound of the sword was clear and melodious like a dragon's roar. However, the half of the sword that was unsheathed was dull, and it seemed to be a blunt sword without a sharp edge. Good sword! Taoist Shantian, the chiefs and the elders in the sect, could not help but cheer. When the heavenly fault sword was unsheathed, a simple and unadorned aura immediately filled the air. It didn't show off its sharpness, nor did it emit any chilling sword chi. However, everyone could feel an imposing and heavy aura from the heavenly fault sword. The ancient sword was blunt, and it was precisely because there was no dazzling cold light or sharp sword chi that the heavenly fault sword was extraordinary. The gazes of Taoist Shantian and the elders were very sharp. As soon as the ancient sword was unsheathed, they knew that it was a rare weapon. A martial artist's weapon? Gu Fei thought to himself. Although the ancient sword was also a rare ancient weapon, there was a huge difference between it and the divine weapon's essence that was fused into his chi and blood. Gu Fei returned the sword to its sheath and bowed to Taoist Kurong. "Thank you, Master, for the sword." Good, good, good. Cultivate well in the sect. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Shantian and the others. Taoist Kurong helped Gu Fei up with a smile. Upon hearing that, Gu Fei could not help but think that this cheap master just wanted to establish a master-disciple relationship with him in name only. Yes, Gu Fei replied, but he wondered why Taoist Kurong did this. Gu Fei really could not understand why Taoist Kurong would do this, and what exactly did Taoist Kurong want from him? This made Gu Fei a little uneasy. Not only Gu Fei, but Taoist Shantian and the other higher-ups of the Taishan sect also did not know why Taoist Kurong suddenly wanted to accept Gu Fei as a registered disciple. "All right, I'll be returning to the innumerable mountains," Taoist Kurong said. "Goodbye, Master. Farewell, Patriarch." Gu Fei, Taoist Shantian, and the others quickly bowed at him. Taoist Kurong's wrinkled face revealed a rare smile that was 100 times uglier than crying. Even if Taoist Kurong did not smile, he still looked very strange. When he smiled, he gave off a somewhat frightening and evil feeling. Swoosh! Taoist Kurong did not seem to want to stay any longer. He leaped onto the ancient altar and activated the transportation formation on it. A bright light flashed, and he vanished from the altar. Gu Fei threw the heavenly fault sword in his hand into his storage bag, then stood in front of Taoist Shantian and the other higher-ups of the Taishan sect, not knowing what to do. Taoist Shantian and the other elders also had a somewhat strange expression on their faces. Gu Fei had been accepted as a registered disciple by Taoist Kurong, so in terms of seniority, Gu Fei could be said to be the elder of this group of old monsters in front of them. Taoist Shantian wanted to say something, but stopped. He did not know how to address Gu Fei. Should he call Gu Fei Grandmaster or something? Even the 17 elders behind him did not know what to do for a moment, let alone Taoist Shantian. Uncle Gu Fei, please come to the Taishan temple. We have something to discuss with you. Taoist Shantian hesitated again and again, but in the end he still called Gu Fei Uncle Master. The sect master was indeed someone who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. The group of elders behind Taoist Shantian could not help but give Taoist Shantian a thumbs up. The way he addressed Gu Fei as Uncle Master was earth-shattering, and the elders behind him were full of admiration. Calling a junior, especially the youngest junior in the sect, Uncle Master required extraordinary courage and boldness. It was absolutely impossible to call him Uncle Master. "Sect Master, please don't call me that. Just call me by my name." Gu Fei hurriedly waved his hands and retreated to the side. Although Gu Fei was only a registered disciple of Taoist Kurong, Taoist Shantian did not dare to slight him and still insisted on calling Gu Fei Uncle Master. Gu Fei saw that Taoist Xiantian insisted, but there was nothing he could do. Thus, the group of people rose into the sky and flew out of this quiet and secluded valley. This valley was actually a forbidden area of the Taishan sect in Taishan Mountain. Usually, this valley was strictly forbidden for the disciples of the sect to enter. The ancient altar in the valley was a treasure of the Taishan sect, and there were masters guarding the valley. After Gu Fei rushed out of the valley and flew high in the sky, he could clearly see the surrounding terrain. He found that he was still in the territory of Taishan Mountain. This valley seemed to be less than 100 miles away from Taishan Peak, the main peak of the 9 peaks of Taishan. At this time, Gu Fei no longer doubted that he had really been brought back to the Taishan sect by his cheat master. The teleportation matrix that Taoist Kurong had carved could transport people thousands of miles. It was really incredible, and it shocked Gu Fei. Demigods really did have unfathomable means. 19 beams of light appeared on Taishan Mountain, and it immediately alarmed the countless disciples of the Taishan sect who were cultivating on the 9 peaks of Taishan. They all came out of their cultivation places and looked at the scene in the sky in shock. Soon, Gu Fei, Taoist Xiantian, and the others came to the back of the Taishan temple, where Taoist Xiantian cultivated. Taoist Xiantian invited Gu Fei to sit down. After all the elders of the sect had sat down, Taoist Xiantian could not wait to ask about the longevity grass. All the elders also looked at Gu Fei, waiting for him to answer. Taoist Qi and the other 4 or 5 elders, who were nearing the end of their lifespans, had their cloudy eyes become extremely bright at this time. They pricked up their ears to listen to Gu Fei's answer. Gu Fei did not want to take out the longevity grass immediately because he did not want Taoist Xiantian and the others to know that he had an inner world. This was his big secret. The inner world could be said to be Gu Fei's trump card. He could not let people know about it easily, especially when he was not strong enough. Therefore, Gu Fei put the blame on the innocent old tortoise. He said that the longevity grass was in the hands of the old tortoise, but if he wanted it back, he could contact the old tortoise and get the longevity grass back. Taoist Xiantian and the other elders did not doubt Gu Fei's words. After all, in the north, they saw Gu Fei with their own eyes with a powerful figure of the demon clan. It seemed that the relationship between Gu Fei and the powerful figure of the demon clan was not ordinary. Taoist Xiantian and the other elders actually knew about some of the old ghosts' origins, so Minister Dan had already told the higher-ups of the school everything that happened in the virtual sky world in detail, no matter how big or small. They knew that the old tortoise was a character in the virtual sky world, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. He controlled the legendary inner world and was a terrifying existence that surpassed demigods. If the longevity grass was in the hands of a powerful figure of the demon clan, even Taoist Kurong would not be able to get it back. Fortunately, Gu Fei seemed to be able to get the longevity grass back from the old tortoise, which made the elders who were worried finally feel relieved. After Gu Fei promised to contact the old tortoise as soon as possible and get the longevity grass back, Taoist Xiantian continued to ask Gu Fei about his experiences in and out of the virtual sky world before letting him go back to Green Spirit Peak. Chapter 4:25. At dusk, Gu Fei left the Taishan sect. He rose into the air and flew toward Green Spirit Peak, which was hundreds of miles away. At this time, apart from the upper echelons of the Taishan sect, the other disciples of the sect did not know that Gu Fei had returned to the Taishan sect. After Gu Fei left, Taoist Xiantian and the heads and elders of the sect talked for half an hour before they left. Taoist Xiantian and the heads and elders of the various branches had unanimously decided to temporarily block the news of Gu Fei's return to the Taishan sect. They also closed the mountain gate and did not allow the disciples of the sect to leave the mountain at will. They did not want the people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing immortal sect to know that Gu Fei had returned to the Taishan sect. Otherwise, the people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing immortal sect would definitely come looking for them. However, Daoist Xiantian and the others also knew that the news of Gu Fei's return to the Taishan sect could not be blocked for long. The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect would come looking for them sooner or later. Although the three major sects were on the same side, everyone knew that each of the three major sects had planted spies in the other sections. This kind of thing was already considered a semi-open secret among the three major sections. However, the three major sects turned a blind eye to this phenomenon and did not pay attention to it. Gu Fei did not have any secret method to contact the old turtle. He was actually stalling for time. He could not directly open his inner world, take out the longevity grass, and give it to Daoist Xiantian, Daoist Qi, and the others. He could not expose all his secrets, even if these people were the elders of the sect, or even the sect leader, Daoist Xiantian. After Gu Fei left the mountain and experienced all kinds of things, he was no longer the Gu Fei of the past who only focused on advancing bravely. The world of cultivation was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Only when you had great strength would others admire you, envy you, and fear you. Only then would you be able to get what you wanted. Before possessing absolute power, it was best not to show off too much. One had to learn to conceal one's strength and bide one's time. One had to learn to play the pig to eat the tiger. Among the disciples of Taishan sect, not many people noticed the escape light rushing out of Taishan Peak. This was because the escape light coming and going from Taishan Peak appeared from time to time, and everyone was used to seeing it. Gu Fei flew in the air. He didn't fly directly to Green Spirit Peak, but landed in front of the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain. The Green Spirit Peak seemed to be the same as before. It did not change because of Gu Fei's departure. The bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain was dyed golden by the setting sun. Gu Fei stood outside the bamboo forest and smelled the fragrance of bamboo leaves. This was the scent of nature, and it was also a scent that he was very familiar with. "I am finally back." Gu Fei looked at the familiar bamboo forest in front of him and murmured. He really couldn't describe his current feelings. The Green Spirit Peak of Taishan sect now only had one successor, Gu Fei. It could be said that this spiritual peak was actually a lonely peak with no one. Gu Fei walked into the bamboo forest, and there was a rustling sound under his feet. The bamboo path was covered with thick leaves, and when people walked on it, it was as if they were stepping on soft soil. Obviously, this path through the bamboo forest to the top of the mountain had not been used for a long time. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to return to the cave on the mountain, because there was actually nothing in the cave, and there would be no one waiting for him there. Gu Fei, who cultivated ancient martial arts, walked the path of becoming a saint with his physical body and proved the way with his strength. He did not need the magic treasures of cultivators. The magic treasures, elixirs, and cultivation methods that Green Spirit Peak had accumulated over the generations were actually quite a lot. However, ever since one of the ancestral masters of Green Spirit Peak obtained an ancient martial arts manual, the disciples of Green Spirit Peak began to cultivate that ancient book, and from cultivation to immortality, they embarked on the path of martial arts. Within the 9 divisions of Taishan, Green Spirit Peak was an oddity. They wanted to prove the way with martial arts and become a saint with their physical body. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer cultivators in the Green Spirit Peak. The Taoist scriptures and the Taoist magic treasures refined by the predecessors were all sealed away. For Gu Fei, he had no use for those sealed magic treasures, ancient books, and even elixirs, but other cultivators coveted these things. Coupled with Gu Fei's departure, there was no one to guard the cave, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would have designs on the sealed magic treasures and elixirs in the cave. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He continued to stroll through the bamboo forest and walked up the almost unrecognizable path up the mountain unhurriedly. He did not use the 8 desolate steps, but instead walked up the mountain step by step. He did not display any power, just like an ordinary person climbing the mountain. Even so, after an hour, Gu Fei still arrived at the cave on the mountain. However, when he saw the heavy stone door that was opened, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. He could vaguely hear a faint voice coming from behind the open stone door. There were actually outsiders in his cave mansion. Furthermore, there was more than one person in the cave mansion. Preposterous! Gu Fei was infuriated. He strode forward, but just when he was about to enter the cave, a voice rang in his ears. I didn't think that there would be so many good things in Gu Fei's cave. If I had known earlier, I would have broken into his cave earlier and taken away all the treasures in the cave. A hearty laughter came from the cave. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he immediately stopped and hid by the door. He was very familiar with this voice. The person who had just spoken was someone he knew, someone he could not be more familiar with. Wang Yuanji, you're really audacious. You actually broke into my abode and stole my things while I was away. You really deserve to die. Gu Fei was infuriated. Wang Yuanji was really going too far. Who says it isn't? However, it's a pity that with our current strength, we can only break some simple seals and obtain some small items. It's hard to break the seals and obtain the real treasures. Another voice rang out. There seemed to be a hint of helplessness in it. Qi Hao. The other voice was also very familiar to Gu Fei. The owner of the voice was a disciple of an aristocratic family called Qi Hao. This Qi Hao, like Wang Yuanji, was also a disciple of an aristocratic family and entered the Taishan sect. It could be said that they were birds of a feather. Neither of them were good people. However, the cultivation family Qi seemed to have some relationship with the royal family of the Qi kingdom. The surname Qi was the surname of the Qi kingdom. The king also had the surname Qi, and Qi Hao's background seemed to be not small. The bad habits of the disciples of aristocratic families were well displayed by Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao. They were all people who bullied the kind and feared the evil, but they were also incomparably arrogant, especially Wang Yuanji. He was narrow-minded, treacherous, and cunning. Yet he'd seized the opportunity when Gu Fei wasn't present to actually break open the door to the Emerald Spirit Peak abode with Qi Hao with the intention of plundering it. However, it was a pity that the things passed down in the Green Spirit Peak had all been sealed by the ancestors. It was not so easy for them to take away. The cultivation of those two guys is only at the first or second heaven of the mortal ascension realm. Even with one finger, I can crush them to death. Gu Fei felt the aura of the two guys in the cave and thought disdainfully. He was about to go in and teach those two guys a lesson. However, at this time, Wang Yuanji's words made Gu Fei temporarily give up on this idea. I have already secretly informed my granduncle. He has already arrived outside the Taishan mountain. When it is dark, I will secretly bring my granduncle up the mountain. At that time, won't I be able to take whatever I have? Wang Yuanji laughed, and scrupulously. Wang Yuanji's granduncle? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Since they dared to sneak into the Taishan sect, there was no need to go back. A sharp light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. He wanted to teach Wang Yuanji, and even the Wang family, an unforgettable lesson. No way. If someone finds out, it will be terrible. Qi Hao was obviously shocked and exclaimed. He could not believe that Wang Yuanji dared to do this. Won't it be fine as long as no one finds out? Wang Yuanji seemed to be indifferent, but he also knew that if this matter was known, not only would he be in trouble, but the Wang family might also be affected. How can a timid person achieve great things? If my granduncle can really break the seal and obtain the treasure, the strength of the Wang family will definitely increase, Wang Yuanji said coldly. But Qi Hao still wanted to say more. All right, this matter is between you and me. If a third person finds out, you will be the one to ask. If everything goes well, there will be benefits for you. Wang Yuanji said so. He seemed to be determined to obtain the treasure of the Green Spirit Peak, and he was also very confident in the strength of his granduncle. In the past, the Green Spirit Peak was incomparably powerful, and its strength was not weaker than any of the other 8 branches of the Supreme Mystery Sect. If they obtained the treasure of the Green Spirit Peak, it was not difficult to imagine that after a few decades, the Wang family would definitely become strong. If Gu Fei had not returned in time, Wang Yuanji's plot might have succeeded, because the experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect had already come out in full force. However, Gu Fei had returned and happened to hear Wang Yuanji's grand plan. Therefore, Wang Yuanji's grand plan was destined to be difficult to succeed. There was a moment of silence in the cave. Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao did not speak again. After a while, there was the sound of extremely light footsteps coming from the cave. Gu Fei quickly retreated and quickly walked into a forest next to the cave. Just as Gu Fei hid himself, he saw 2 figures walking out of the cave. The young man in front was Wang Yuanji, and Qi Hao followed behind Wang Yuanji. They were all from cultivation families, and they were all disciples of cultivation families. However, the strength of the Wang family that Wang Yuanji belonged to seemed to be much stronger than the Qi family. Among the disciples of the families that had entered the Supreme Mystery Sect, Dongfang Chen of the Dongfang family and Wang Yuanji of the Wang family were the leaders. Dongfang Chen was not on the mountain, so Wang Yuanji became the leader of the group of disciples on the mountain. Gu Fei saw that after the 2 of them came out of the cave, Qi Hao, who was walking behind Wang Yuanji, turned around and closed the 2 thick stone doors. He then caught up with Wang Yuanji and walked down the mountain together. Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao probably never would have thought that their conversation had all fallen into Gu Fei's ears. Humph! The things of my Green Spirit Peak are not that easy to take. Gu Fei was hidden in the forest, coldly watching Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao's figures disappear on the mountain path, and then muttered. Chapter 4:26. It could not be said that there were no people in the Taishan sect who had ideas about Green Spirit Peak, but those people all had scruples. After all, Green Spirit Peak was one of the 9 meridians of Taishan. Moreover, the elders of the Taishan sect knew very well what kind of treasures the Green Spirit Peak had. They knew the Green Spirit Peak like the back of their hand. Even if they obtained the treasures of the Green Spirit Peak, those people did not dare to use them or cultivate with them. If someone recognized the treasures or the origins of the treasures, then their reputation would be ruined. Therefore, although the Green Spirit Peak was declining day by day, and in Gu Fei's generation, they were faced with the danger of losing their teachings, but no one really dared to touch Green Spirit Peak. It had to be said that Wang Yuanji was really bold. He did things that many people did not dare to do. He and Qi Hao had actually broken the stone door of the Green Spirit Peak cave residence in broad daylight and looted everything inside. Of course, they did not get what they wanted. The treasures of the Green Spirit Peak were all sealed by the elders of the Green Spirit Peak. It was not an easy thing to break the seal. Gu Fei waited until Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao disappeared at the foot of the mountain before he walked out of the forest. He walked towards the cave with a gloomy face. He pushed open the stone door of the cave and walked in. It was not dark inside, but it was a mess. Things were thrown everywhere. Along the way, Gu Fei's face became more and more gloomy. Entering the hall of the cave, he saw that the portrait of the first-generation ancestor of Green Spirit Peak on the wall in front of the hall was no longer in its original place. The portrait of the first-generation ancestor of Green Spirit Peak was thrown in the corner. When Gu Fei saw this scene, the blue veins on his forehead could not help but jump. Wang Yuanji, Qi Hao. Gu Fei was furious. His eyes were red. The other party had gone too far. It was simply unforgivable. I want you to pay a heavy price. Gu Fei growled in a low voice. Tonight, he planned to give Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao an unexpected surprise. Didn't Wang Yuanji want to secretly bring his ancestor to Green Spirit Peak? If his granduncle's cultivation was weaker than his, then his granduncle wouldn't be able to return. Gu Fei wanted to kill Wang Yuanji, but due to the rules of the sect, he couldn't kill Wang Yuanji in his own territory. However, this rule didn't apply to his granduncle, who was from the same sect. Since you dare to target my green spirit peak, then you should be prepared to die. Gu Fei's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged in the main hall of the cave. He was waiting for the other party to come to him. This time he was truly angry. He wanted the other party to pay a heavy price. In fact, he had another purpose, and that was to establish his might. The Green Spirit Peak had been silent for too long. It was time for them to return to the public sight. It had already been several hundred years since a peerless expert of the void controlling realm had appeared in the Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei was very clear about the situation of his own lineage. If he hadn't obtained the yin-yang fish jade pendant in the mysterious cave under the icy jade lake, he was afraid that he would still be cultivating hard in the awakening realm and being bullied by a disciple of an aristocratic family like Wang Yuanji. On the road of martial arts, it was too difficult to cultivate successfully. The road of martial arts was to become a saint with the body and prove the Tao with strength. It could be said that it was the most difficult of all the roads leading to the supreme great Tao. However, there were gains and losses. Although the road of martial arts was full of dangers and difficulties, if one was successful in cultivation, he would be a terrifying existence that could be called the king of the same level. Time passed. Gu Fei sat quietly in the main hall of the cave, as if he had become one with the surrounding environment. There was no aura emitted from his body at all. After his cultivation broke through to the void controlling realm, Gu Fei found that his control of his own aura had reached an unimaginable level. With just a thought, he could completely seal his own aura in his body, not letting a trace of it leak out, like a lifeless stone statue. Even people at a much higher level than him would find it difficult to detect his presence. Control of the body was the most basic skill of a warrior. It could be said that after his cultivation broke through to the void controlling realm, Gu Fei had opened up a treasure trove of power. The human body was like a treasure trove, full of mysteries. No one knew how many secrets there were in the body. On the road of martial arts, refining the body and transforming it was to gradually dig out the power of the body. After cultivation to a certain level, the power of the body would be released, forming all kinds of great abilities. Those were magical powers derived from the body, using the body as the source of power. Night fell, and the pace of time was unstoppable. The protective matrix of the Taishan sect was activated, and a strange wave of power enveloped the world. Hundreds of miles, or even thousands of miles, of the world was sealed. The protective matrix of the Taishan sect covered all 9 peaks of Taishan. Outside the 9 peaks of Taishan, nothing strange could be seen. It was an unfathomable power, and it was extremely powerful. After the protective matrix was activated, the power it formed was difficult even for a demigod-level character to break through. After nightfall, a sneaky figure came down from Taishan Mountain. He could actually pass through the terrible force field formed by the protective matrix and walked out of Taishan Mountain. The moon was high in the sky, sprinkling down bright moonlight. The 9 peaks of Taishan under the moonlight were like 9 fairy mountains standing between heaven and earth, surrounded by clouds and mist like a fairyland. It had to be said that Taishan Mountain was definitely a rare holy land for cultivation. It was full of spiritual qi, and the 9 peaks seemed to have some kind of connection, gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Taishan Mountain was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. There seemed to be some kind of hidden secret. Many great cultivators had already seen it, but no one knew what the secret was. In the middle of the night, 2 dark shadows quietly appeared on a small hillside outside Taishan Mountain. They were 2 masked men dressed in black, like ghosts. The bottom is connected to the earth, and the top is guided by the starlight. The protective matrix of Taishan sect really lives up to its name. One of the tall and thin-masked men looked at the 9 spiritual peaks in front of him, and his eyes lit up. "Uncle, let's hurry up the mountain." The other man in black said in a low voice. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. "What's the hurry? Didn't you say that Chui Ling Peak is an uninhabited mountain?" The tone of the tall and thin man in black seemed to be a little impatient. "It's a big deal, definitely a big deal. The power of the Matrix is integrated with the earth and the starry sky. Even if a fairy came, I am afraid it would be difficult to break this Matrix," the tall and thin man in black said with great emotion. The tall and skinny black-robed man sighed. In fact, there was nothing in front of him, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. However, he seemed to be able to see how powerful it was. "If it weren't for your jade talisman, I really wouldn't have been able to get in," the tall and thin masked man said. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the jade talisman hanging on his waist. It looked like a jade pendant, but it was engraved with mysterious runes. "Uncle, it's getting late," the other man in black said anxiously, looking up at the sky. "Well, let's go in," the tall and thin masked man said. "Lead the way." The tall and thin masked man seemed to be very unfamiliar with the environment around Taishan sect. "Yes," the other masked man hurriedly responded, and then walked forward. They were in a remote and secret place. It was as if they had passed through a transparent layer of water. Only then did they truly enter the range of Taishan Mountain and the 9 peaks of Taishan. When they passed through the void force field formed by the protective mountain formation, the jade talismans hanging on the waists of the 2 black-clothed men lit up. They emitted an almost transparent light curtain that enveloped them. After passing through the void force field formed by the mountain protection matrix, the jade talismans hanging on their waists immediately became dim. Not long after, in front of the cave abode on Chui Ling Peak, 2 black shadows appeared. These 2 black shadows saw the open stone door, but stopped outside the door. "What's going on?" "When I left in the evening, I clearly told Qi how to close the stone door." Wang Yuanji, who was wearing black tights and had his face covered with a black cloth, was obviously surprised. "It can't be that Qi Hao got ahead of us." Wang Yuanji wanted to rush in, but he didn't dare. He didn't know if there was anyone else in the cave abode. "There seems to be no one inside." As if sensing Wang Yuanji's uneasiness, the tall and thin masked man suddenly whispered. With his incomparably powerful divine will, if there was someone inside, he would be able to sense it. There was no aura coming from inside. "No one? Then should we go in or not?" Wang Yuanji whispered. He seemed to feel that something bad was about to happen. The dark entrance to the cave abode in front of him was like the open mouth of a demon, as if it could swallow him at any time. "Humph! Since we have already entered the treasure mountain, how can we return empty-handed?" the tall and thin-masked man said coldly, then directly stepped forward and walked into the cave abode. Seeing this, Wang Yuanji hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and quickly followed. Since his great-uncle said that there was no one inside, there should be no one inside. After walking through the pitch-black passageway, the hall in front emitted a faint light. Originally, the entire cave abode was as bright as day, but Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao had conveniently plucked many of the pearls that were embedded in the walls before they left. In the eyes of Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao, the pearls that were used for illumination were also treasures. These pearls had been refined, and each pearl could be considered a magic treasure. However, when Wang Yuanji came out of the hall, he saw his great-uncle standing outside the hall nervously, staring straight ahead. Wang Yuanji followed his great-uncle's gaze. This glance was not important, but it made Wang Yuanji's scalp explode. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. He only felt his legs go weak, his body swayed, and he almost sat on the ground. Chapter 4:27. It's him. Didn't he get lost in the virtual sky world? How could he appear here? Wang Yuanji, who was wearing black tights and had his face covered, seemed to be stunned as he muttered to himself. In the dim cave residence, they saw a white figure sitting cross-legged in the hall. There was no aura coming from his body. If they hadn't seen him with their naked eyes, they wouldn't have been able to sense that there was someone else in the cave residence. Moreover, this was a person who was absolutely impossible to appear. In Wang Yuanji's view, Gu Fei had already been lost in the virtual sky world, and those who had been lost in the virtual sky world had never been able to come out. Although Wang Yuanji was a disciple of an aristocratic family, he was not a core disciple in the Tianxian Gate. He was not qualified to know the secrets of the Taishan Gate. For the Taishan Gate and even the three great Tao sects, the matter of Gu Fei was related to the longevity grass, so it was absolutely top secret. The higher-ups of the Tao sects had unanimously blocked the news. Wang Yuanji only knew that Gu Fei had been lost in the virtual sky world. For thousands of years, the virtual sky world had been open no less than 20 or 30 times. There were also records about the virtual sky world in the oldest books of the sect. Among the three great Tao sects, many disciples had been lost in the virtual sky world, and none of those disciples had survived. The virtual sky world was definitely not a good place. It was more like a wild world, full of dangers and opportunities. There were ancient ruins everywhere, and those who entered it were not absolutely safe. If they were lucky, they could obtain the legendary spirit of heaven and earth, or the cultivation methods and weapons left behind by ancient powerful people. However, if they were unlucky, they would die inside. "Who is he?" the tall and thin masked man said in a deep voice. His eyes shone as bright as cold stars as he stared at the young man in white in the hall of the cave residence. He couldn't sense any aura from the other party, which made Wang Yuanji's granduncle very afraid. There was even a trace of uneasiness in his heart. With his cultivation, he couldn't sense any fluctuations of power from the other party. He couldn't even sense any signs of life. Was the other party a dead person? Otherwise, Wang Yuanji's granduncle's palms began to sweat. If it was really as he thought, it would be a disaster tonight. Wang Yuanji's voice trembled. Gu Fei's sudden appearance had caused him to completely lose his composure. He had never thought that a person who would never appear would actually appear here. "Speak." Wang Yuanji's great-uncle seemed to be a little angry as he growled in a low voice. His eyes never left Wang Yuanji's figure from the beginning to the end. The other party gave him an unfathomable feeling. Gu Fei quietly sat cross-legged in the hall with his eyes closed. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Since the other party could not sense his aura, they must be wary of him. At this time, from the aura emitted from the other party's body, he could determine that this tall and skinny masked man's cultivation was between the second and third heavens of the void controlling realm. With his current strength, it was not that easy to kill such a peerless expert of the void controlling realm. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. He must strike so that the other party would not be able to turn the tables. He is Gu Fei. Although Wang Yuanji was shocked to the extreme, at this time his mood gradually stabilized. With his granduncle here, even if Gu Fei appeared here, so what? Could Gu Fei still be his granduncle's opponent? Thinking of this, Wang Yuanji could not help but feel relieved. Gu Fei's cultivation, before he went down the mountain, was only around the 8th or 9th heavens of the void controlling realm. Even if he had a fortuitous encounter in the virtual sky world, his strength would never be improved to a terrifying level that was enough to compete with a peerless expert. In just a few years, a cultivator who had cultivated from the void controlling realm to the void controlling realm, perhaps even those amazing geniuses would find it absolutely difficult to do so. Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? Wang Yuanji's granduncle did not know of the existence of Gu Fei. A peerless expert would not pay attention to a small cultivator in the Taishan sect. He would never have thought that Gu Fei was the master of this place, the last descendant of the Green Spirit Peak. Wang Yuanji said, Although he didn't know why Gu Fei would suddenly appear here, he could kill Gu Fei with his grand-uncle around. Then he would break into the place where the treasures were hidden behind the cave mansion and leave after taking the treasures. A murderous intent rose in Wang Yuanji's heart. Oh! Wang Yuanji's granduncle could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The other party did not seem to be a peerless expert, but just a young disciple of the Green Spirit Peak. Wang Yuanji. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and his cold words sounded above the hall. Gu Fei was furious, and his eyes were red. At this time, Gu Fei unexpectedly released a trace of his aura. 9 heavens of the transcending mortality realm. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was completely relieved. From the other party's body, he could feel the power of the 9 heavens of the transcending mortality realm. You, how did you know it was me? Wang Yuanji suddenly heard Gu Fei call out his name, and he immediately panicked and asked with a trembling voice, "Humph, how could I forget the aura on your body?" Gu Fei said coldly, "You brought someone to the Supreme Mystery Sect without permission, and you have already violated the rules of the sect. If I report this, how do you think the sect will punish you?" When Wang Yuanji heard this, he was immediately stunned, and then his exposed eyes suddenly burst out with a fierce light. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm afraid you won't have this chance." He was naturally very clear what the consequences would be if the matter was exposed. "Is that so?" Gu Fei smiled, and his face was full of disdain. At this time he did not stand up from the ground, but continued to sit cross-legged on the ground. "I have to say, at such a young age, you have already reached the 9 heavens of the transcending mortality realm, which is really rare. You can be called a genius among the younger generation. But it's a pity that a genius like you will never have the chance to truly grow," Wang Yuanji's granduncle said as he strode into the hall. The hall of the cave abode was very spacious, with a radius of several hundred feet. The ceiling was inlaid with several fist-sized pearls. It was because of these pearls that the cave abode didn't fall into darkness, that the cave abode emitted a soft moonlight. Wang Yuanji's granduncle directly approached Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall. "I will give you a quick death." Wang Yuanji's granduncle's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his words were cold, without a trace of emotion. He stopped 2 feet in front of Gu Fei. Then he stabbed his finger at Gu Fei like a sword, and as his finger moved in the air, "Chi" sound rang out, and a white sword light shot out from his finger, piercing towards Gu Fei like a divine sword. The chilling sword aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Before the sword light arrived, a chilling aura had already arrived. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was too careful. He didn't get close to Gu Fei, as if he was testing him. The feeling that Gu Fei gave him was a little unusual. "Chi." Gu Fei's body moved to the side, and the sword light brushed past his skin, leaving a black hole on the wall behind him. Although the sword light didn't really stab Gu Fei, a thin layer of ice actually formed on half of Gu Fei's body in an instant, sealing half of his body in ice. Wang Yuanji's granduncle actually cultivated the frost magic power of extreme een and extreme cold. "I was overthinking." Seeing Gu Fei fall to the ground with a terrified expression, Wang Yuanji's granduncle completely relaxed. He took a big step forward, and his finger formed a sword, wanting to cut off Gu Fei's head. At this moment, he completely believed that Gu Fei was only a cultivator at the 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm, and that he posed no threat to him. A peerless expert of the void-controlling realm could kill a cultivator of the transcending mortality realm with a wave of his hand. In front of a peerless expert, even a cultivator at the peak of the 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm was as weak as a baby. However, just as Wang Yuanji's granduncle was about to wave his finger, he suddenly saw a cold smile on the half of Gu Fei's face that wasn't covered in ice. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was startled. Before he could do anything, The thin layer of ice on half of Wang Yuanji's body suddenly exploded with a bang. Gu Fei sprang up from the ground like a bolt of lightning. His bones were all vibrating, and his skin was crystal clear. Yuan Qi surged as he punched forward with a 5-colored fist. Bang! This punch directly hit the left cheekbone of Wang Yuanji's granduncle. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the left side of Wang Yuanji's granduncle's face was instantly shattered. Want to kill me? Then you should be prepared to be killed. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was hit on the left side of his face, and he was directly sent flying to the side. Yi Gufei used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. Before Wang Yuanji's granduncle could hit the smooth cave wall, Gufei had already chased after him. He swung his leg forcefully, and his right leg lashed out like an iron whip. Bang! Gufei's right leg heavily struck the chest of Wang Yuanji's granduncle and directly smashed him down from the air. Even though Wang Yuanji's granduncle had the cultivation base of the 2nd or 3rd heaven of the void controlling realm, but his physical body was absolutely incomparable to Gu Fei's martial body. His sternum was broken on the spot and collapsed. Gu Fei first showed weakness to Wang Yuanji's granduncle, making the other party think that he was just a transcending mortality realm cultivator, so that the other party would let down his guard, and then he succeeded in one blow. Strength, coupled with a shrewd mind, allowed Gu Fei to instantly reverse the situation and gain the absolute upper hand. It was a big taboo for other cultivators to be approached by a martial artist. Moreover, Gu Fei was a powerful martial artist of the 1st heaven of the void controlling realm. Being approached by such a powerful martial artist would be a nightmare for all the peerless experts of the void controlling realm. You dare to have ideas on my green spirit peak. You've got some guts. Gu Fei kicked out, and Wang Yuanji's granduncle's shoulder suddenly made a scalp-numbing sound of bones breaking, and he was suddenly sent flying. Gu Fei did not wait for him to land, and only took a step forward to chase after him. Bang! 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 2 sounds, Gu Fei swung out both fists, directly smashing the thigh bone of Wang Yuanji's granduncle, and then with one foot he fell heavily to the ground. Wang Yuanji, who was standing at the entrance of the cave residence, was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. He never thought that his powerful granduncle would be beaten by Gu Fei like a scarecrow and be crippled in an instant. Chapter 428. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was lying on the ground like a pool of mud. His skull, sternum, shoulder bones, and leg bones were all smashed by Gu Fei's heavy hand. However, it has to be said that the vitality of a peerless master of the void controlling realm was also extraordinary. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was still alive after suffering such serious injuries. Roar! He roared in anger, causing the entire cave abode to shake. He actually endured the intense pain and floated up from the ground. Vast waves of mana surged out from his body, and within the cave abode, a strong airflow was generated out of nowhere. The airflow rolled up the scattered debris on the ground and danced around Wang Yuanji's granduncle. The mask of Wang Yuanji's granduncle was already sent flying when Gu Fei punched him on the left side of his face. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was an old man with a thin face. The corner of his mouth was bleeding, and his face was ferocious as he stared fiercely at Gu Fei. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died countless times. This was the first time Gu Fei had fought with a peerless master, and the other party's cultivation was obviously higher than him, a martial artist who had just entered the ranks of the peerless masters. However, Gu Fei was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and he instantly injured the old man. However, the other party seemed to be very strong, and he actually floated up from the ground. Little bastard, die! Wang Xianfeng roared angrily, as an elder of the Wang family, who was actually plotted against by a junior and was seriously injured, which made him furious. Swish! 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 Endless magical power rushed out from Wang Xuanfeng's dantian, forming transparent ice blades, and slashed towards Gu Fei in front of him. The temperature in the cave residence dropped sharply. The vast magical power fluctuated, and the ground and walls in the cave residence were immediately covered with a thin layer of ice. The huge cave residence seemed to have turned into an ice cave in an instant. Wang Yuanji was only at the transcending mortality stage, and it was hard for him to withstand this cold air. He hurriedly turned around and ran out of the cave. With his great-uncle's help, Gu Fei would definitely die. Wang Yuanji was very confident in his granduncle. Even if his granduncle's physical body was injured, it wouldn't affect his cultivation. This was because a cultivator's abilities were all above the nascent divinity and nascent soul. The physical body was just a bag of skin in a cauldron. As long as the nascent divinity and nascent soul were not destroyed, even if the physical body was destroyed, they could still find a suitable cauldron to store the nascent divinity and nascent soul. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Facing the countless spinning, transparent ice blades, he directly punched forward. Rumble. The space in front of his fist immediately shook. Then the fiery red fist aura surged forward like a monstrous fire. Gu Fei immediately struck out with the fire elemental fist of the five elements fist. The fist force was like fire shaking the void. It carried with it a terrifyingly high temperature as it rushed forward. It was comparable to the true raging divine fire. Chi! 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 Countless spinning transparent ice blades instantly collided with Gu Fei's fiery fist force, making a burst of sound like a red-hot soldering iron being put into cold water. The unparalleled fist force directly shattered the countless ice blades. The fire dispelled the cold air. Gu Fei took a step forward as if he had teleported and suddenly appeared in front of Wang Xianfeng. Whoosh! Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei directly punched towards Wang Xuanfeng's abdomen. The fist emitted a bright, five-colored divine light, like a meteor piercing through the void, unstoppable. Swoosh! A shield that seemed to be refined from ice rushed out of Wang Xuanfeng's dantian and quickly enlarged, blocking in front of him. Bang! Gu Fei's fist fiercely hit the white shield. Kacha! The extremely ferocious fist force actually caused cracks to appear on the shield in front of Wang Xianfeng that was like jade yet not jade, like ice yet not ice. Wang Xianfeng was shocked and his face instantly turned pale. Only now did he realize that Gu Fei's cultivation was extremely powerful. Gu Fei was not a transcending mortality realm cultivator, but a peerless master. Wang Xianfeng quickly flew back and Gu Fei caught up. Bang! Another extremely dull sound rang out, and Gu Fei's fist, once again, hit the shield in front of Wang Xianfeng. A fist mark clearly appeared where Gu Fei's fist hit. Countless cracks started from the fist mark and quickly spread in all directions. The white shield that was flickering with spirit light began to dim. Wang Xianfeng was shocked to the extreme. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. A person's fist was strong enough to break a magic weapon refined by a peerless master. Bang! Gu Fei was like a god of war descending to the world. His entire body was surging with yuan qi, and there were rays of five-colored divine light surrounding him. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he took a big step forward and punched the shield again. The shield in front of Wang Xianfeng immediately dimmed and was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter into thousands of pieces at any time. Gu Fei's fist force was as heavy as a mountain, directly sending Wang Xianfeng flying 10 feet away and blasting him out of the cave residence's hull. Gu Fei had completely taken the initiative. At this time, Wang Yuanji had already retreated from the cave residence. A battle of this level was not something a cultivator, like him, could intervene in. For a peerless expert of the void-resisting realm to kill a transcending mortality realm cultivator, it was simply easier than pinching an ant to death. Wang Yuanji was not a fool. When he saw that something was amiss, he immediately retreated far away. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and chased after Wang Xianfeng, who was flying out of the cave residence. Gu Fei displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He was like a phantom that was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. In just an instant, he caught up with Wang Xianfeng, who was flying out, and then directly punched out. His qi had already enveloped Wang Xianfeng. Even if Wang Xianfeng wanted to avoid it, because of the pull of the qi, he would instead attract Gu Fei's sudden attack. Bang! Crack! The shield in front of Wang Xianfeng was finally shattered by Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who had broken through to the void-controlling realm, had a physical body that was strong enough to withstand the magic weapon of a void-controlling realm cultivator. The broken pieces of the shield glittered like stars. These fragments were almost all suppressed by Gu Fei's fist force and shot towards Wang Xianfeng, who was behind the shield. These fragments contained the power of Gu Fei, enough to penetrate stone and gold. Roar! Wang Xianfeng let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. He wanted to avoid the thousands of fragments that shot towards him. But at this moment, a purple divine light rushed up from below like a bolt of lightning and twisted around Wang Xuanfeng's waist. Wang Xuanfeng's body was immediately twisted into 2 pieces by the purple divine light and fell from the sky. On Gu Fei's forehead, a purple flame mark was quickly fading away. Granduncle. Wang Yuanji, who saw the scene in the distance, seemed to be scared silly. He was motionless and his eyes were dull. His granduncle had been killed. This can't be real. Yes, I'm seeing things. I must be seeing things. Wang Yuanji muttered to himself. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Just as Gu Fei had cut Wang Yuanji's granduncle, Wang Xianfeng, 1 or 2 beams of light rushed out from each of the other 8 peaks of the Taishan sect, heading towards Green Spirit Peak. Although the upper echelons of the Taishan sect had let Gu Fei return to Green Spirit Peak, they were still paying close attention to him. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were watching Gu Fei on Taishan Mountain. When Wang Xianfeng, Wang Yuanji's granduncle, exploded with a strong wave of magical power, the masters of the Taishan sect immediately sensed this wave. However, Gu Fei's movements were too fast. He had seriously injured Wang Xuanfeng's physical body in the blink of an eye, and now he had forced Wang Xianfeng out of the cave residence and cut him in half. Gu Fei knew that it would be difficult to truly kill a void-controlling realm cultivator with this kind of method. Sure enough, after Wang Xianfeng was cut in half at the waist, a ray of light wrapped around a tiny person that was smaller than a fist and rushed out from the upper half of Wang Xuanfeng's corpse. A vast amount of magical power surged out from the small person's body. It was as heavy as a mountain, and a bright light illuminated the world. That was Wang Xuanfeng's purple palace Tao nascent soul. The little person that was shrouded in light was like another Wang Xianfeng. After the little person rushed out from the corpse, he immediately wanted to rush into the sky, wanting to escape from the Taishan sect. However, at this time it was already too late. Gu Fei leaped up and walked in the air, chasing after Wang Xuanfeng's purple palace Tao nascent soul. The extreme speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Even with the extremely fast escape technique of the Zifu Tao nascent soul, Gu Fei was still able to catch up. The distance between the 2 of them was rapidly shrinking. Die. Gu Fei roared angrily before opening his mouth and spitting out a dazzling ray of sword light. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the void and pierced through the little person that was escaping in front of him. Don't kill me. The little person turned pale with fright. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape. The sword light that Gu Fei spat out was the divine armament's essence energy that had been refined into his body. That sword light instantly caught up to Wang Xuanfeng's purple palace Tao nascent soul. No. Wang Xianfeng let out a loud roar, and then the sword light that flew over from behind as if it had teleported, sliced his purple palace Tao nascent soul into 2 halves, directly causing Wang Xuanfeng's soul to scatter and his body and soul to be destroyed. Shua! Shua! Shwa! At this time, the streaks of light that rushed out from the spirit peaks of the other branches had only just arrived. They all saw the purple palace Tao nascent soul that Gu Fei had killed Wang Yuanji's granduncle. Junior brother Gu, what happened here? Why did you casually kill a peerless expert's purple palace Tao nascent soul? Taoist Xiantian seemed to be a little displeased as he said, in the eyes of the righteous path, killing a peerless expert's purple palace Tao nascent soul was a taboo. Obviously, Gu Fei's actions tonight had already violated this taboo, so it was no wonder that Taoist Xiantian was a little unhappy. Chapter 429. A sword hilt passed down from the Jade Spirit Peak was fused into Gu Fei's body. It was unknown what the mysterious sword hilt was made of, but even a divine weapon would not be able to damage it at all. After the sword hilt was absorbed into his body by Gu Fei's weapon refining technique, it turned into a divine weapon essence, which passed through Gu Fei's qi and blood day and night, nourishing the divine weapon essence with Gu Fei's vigorous qi and blood. Although it was only a sword hilt, it contained a broken weapon soul, which made the sword hilt a spiritual object. If one day it could reform the sword body and condense the weapon soul, this divine sword would be a treasure not inferior to the mountain and river cauldron. This kind of spiritual object that had already formed a weapon soul could be said to be an extreme weapon. It was a treasure refined by a supreme ancient power with a supreme secret method, and it had unimaginable, terrifying power. Even the current Gu Fei could not activate the mountain and river cauldron in his inner world, and the divine weapon essence in his body could only exert an extremely limited power. However, if the divine weapon essence in Gu Fei's body was used to kill the nascent soul of Wang Xianfeng of the Wang family, it would be a small test. Wang Xuanfeng's body was destroyed by Gu Fei, but his nascent soul rushed out of the corpse, trying to escape. How could Gu Fei let him escape? He spat out purple sword aura, like a purple bolt of lightning, caught up with Wang Xuanfeng's nascent soul in an instant and split it in half. The purple sword light turned in the void, then flew back to Gu Fei and instantly disappeared into his body. The sword light formed by the essence of the divine weapon was very different from the flying swords refined by the Guangqing celestial sect using Tao techniques and dermic powers. The path of the sword immortal was a single sword. With one sword in hand, one could break through all techniques. And Gu Fei was just temporarily using the divine weapon essence in his body. He did not understand the mystery of the unity of man and sword, nor did he understand the art of flying sword. Greetings, sect leader, senior brother. When Gu Fei saw Taoist Xiantian and all the branch heads and elders, he was still unusually calm, as if nothing had happened. Taoist Kurong had accepted Gu Fei as an in-name disciple. So in terms of seniority, even Taoist Xiantian, who was in charge of the Taishan sect, was Gu Fei's junior. Taoist Kurong could be said to be the person with the highest seniority in the Taishan sect. His demigod cultivation allowed him to step onto the path of longevity. If he did not encounter any powerful opponents, he could continue to live. Even now, there were not many people in the Taishan sect who truly knew about Taoist Kurong's past. A demigod was a high and mighty figure in a sect. A sect with a demigod overseeing it would continue to prosper as long as nothing unexpected happened. This was also the reason why the three major Tao sects valued the longevity grass so much. Among the three major Tao sects, there were many old monsters who were only a step away from the demigod realm. If they could extend their lifespan by 200 years, it was very likely that these old monsters would break through the shackles of cultivation, become demigods, and embark on the path of longevity. Junior brother Gu, what happened here? Taoist Xiantian and a group of elders descended from the sky and walked toward Gu Fei. Everyone looked at Gu Fei with a somewhat unnatural expression. Just now, Gu Fei had spat out a sword light from his mouth and killed the nascent soul of a peerless master. This method seemed to be somewhat similar to the flying swords of the Guangqing celestial sect. How many secrets did Gu Fei have? No one knew. No one knew what kind of powerful martial arts techniques were recorded in the ancient martial scripture of the Jade Spirit Peak. In fact, everyone had already seen that although Gu Fei had spat out a sword light, it was not the flying sword technique of the Guangqing celestial sect. At this moment, Wang Yuanji, who was already scared out of his wits, felt that his legs were no longer his own. He wanted to escape, but his legs were nailed to the ground and no longer listened to him. Who is this? Why are you hiding? The head of the Shaoyang Peak, Taoist Chaoyang, was like a raging fire. He hated those despicable things the most. Before Gu Fei could answer, Taoist Chaoyang walked out. He took a step forward and grabbed Wang Yuanji with his right hand, who was standing in the distance. A powerful force was released from his right hand. That force instantly enveloped Wang Yuanji, and like an invisible hand, it pulled him into the air and flew toward Taoist Chaoyang. Wang Yuanji was instantly scared out of his wits. He wanted to struggle, but in front of Taoist Chaoyang he was not much stronger than an ant. Taoist Chaoyang used his hand to suck Wang Yuanji, who was hundreds of meters away, over, and then smashed him heavily on the grassland in front of him. After being smashed by Taoist Chaoyang, Wang Yuanji immediately fainted. Suddenly, the head of the Great Void Peak, Yaxuzi, walked out from behind Taoist Shantian and waved his sleeve at Wang Yuanji's face. The cloth covering Wang Yuanji's face immediately flew away. How could it be him? When Yaxuzi saw Wang Yuanji's face, even he couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Yuanji was a disciple of the Great Void Peak. Junior brother Yaxuzi, this person seems to be a disciple of your faction. At this moment, Taoist Shantian also looked at Yaxuzi with a strange expression. Judging from the aura coming from Wang Yuanji's body, this person cultivated a cultivation method of the Great Void Peak. The other heads and elders also looked at Yaxuzi, wanting to hear what he had to say. This disciple was actually a disciple of the Great Void Peak. Could it be that Yaxuzi had reached out to the Green Spirit Peak? Senior brother sect leader, please allow me to take this evil creature back and interrogate him. I will definitely give everyone an explanation. Yaxuzi's face turned green. This Taoist Shantian couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. He knew that this matter involved the Green Spirit Peak, which was a bit troublesome. Putting aside the relationship between Taoist Kurong and Gu Fei, Taoist Shantian had to temporarily appease Gu Fei for the longevity grass. When Gu Fei saw Taoist Shantian look at him, how could he not understand what was going on? He quickly said to Taoist Shantian, I will listen to senior brother sect leader. Good. Taoist Shantian nodded, then said to Yaxuzi, take this person back. He wasn't talking about the disciple, but the person. The elders of the Taishan sect were all old fellows. How could they not understand the meaning behind Taoist Shantian's words? This disciple of the Great Void Peak had already been expelled from the Taishan sect. Yes, thank you, senior brother sect leader. The head of the Great Void Peak, Yaxuzi, bowed to Taoist Shantian, then reached out, grabbed Wang Yuanji, and flew into the sky toward the Great Void Peak. It was really too embarrassing. A disciple of his own faction was wearing night clothes and had come to the Green Spirit Peak with outsiders. It was obvious what was going on. In the Taishan sect, there were many people who coveted the treasures of the Green Spirit Peak, but no one dared to go to the Green Spirit Peak with outsiders and steal the treasures. Yaxuzi's old face had been completely lost tonight. At this time, how could he still have the face to stay on the Green Spirit Peak? He grabbed Wang Yuanji and flew back to the Great Void Peak. Junior brother Gu, I believe that junior brother Yaxuzi will give you and everyone a satisfactory explanation, Taoist Shantian said to Gu Fei. Thank you, senior brother sect leader. Gu Fei nodded to Taoist Shantian. Junior brother Gu. Taoist Shantian wanted to say something, but stopped. The group of old monsters behind him also pricked up their ears and became a little nervous. When Gu Fei saw these old monsters looking at him with burning eyes, he couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, "Senior brother sect leader, if there's anything you want to say, just say it." "Haha, Junior brother Gu, when will you be able to contact that powerful monster?" Taoist Xiantian no longer hesitated and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Gu Fei thought, so that's how it is. It seems that the longevity grass is really important to those old monsters in the sect. He had only just returned to the Taishan sect. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then said, "If I want to contact that old turtle guy, it will be a little troublesome. I need to make some preparations. The fastest is a few days, the latest is half a month. I will definitely invite that old turtle up the mountain." When Taoist Xiantian and the others heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Taoist Xiantian said, "That's good. Then let's wait patiently." After that, Taoist Xiantian and Gu Fei chatted for a while, then said goodbye to Gu Fei. More than a dozen rays of light shot up from Green Spirit Peak into the sky. All the old monsters returned to their own secluded cultivation places. After Gu Fei waited for everyone to leave, he turned around and walked into the cave dwelling. He began to tidy up the things scattered on the ground. After about half an hour, Gu Fei finished tidying up the cave dwelling. He went to the treasure room at the back of the cave dwelling. He saw that other than the outermost stone room where the miscellaneous items were stored, the doors of the other rooms were all closed. Obviously, Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao had only broken into 2 of the stone rooms that stored miscellaneous items. With Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao's cultivation level, it was difficult for them to break the doors of the other stone rooms and take away the things inside. The treasures of Green Spirit Peak were not stolen, so Gu Fei was a lot more relieved. Although those treasures were all Taoist treasures refined with Taoist magic, and Gu Fei couldn't use them, they were left by the previous Grandmasters of Green Spirit Peak. For Gu Fei, they were of great significance. After examining the treasure room at the back of the cave dwelling, Gu Fei returned to the hall of the cave dwelling. He then sat cross-legged on the praying mat, closed his eyes, and operated the mysterious technique to enter a state of cultivation. The 2 longevity grasses from the virtual sky world were in his inner world. The old turtle was just Gu Fei's cover. Gu Fei planned to hand over the 2 longevity grasses in 10 days to half a month. Others were anxious, but he was not. At this time, the Great Void Temple on the Great Void Peak was brightly lit as if it were daytime. The head of the sect, Yaksuzi, sat high up in the temple, and a group of people from the Great Void sect stood on both sides. 2 people knelt in front of Yaksuzi's throne. One of them was Wang Yuanji, dressed in black, and the other was a dark-faced, middle-aged Taoist. Those who could stand in the Great Void Temple were all outstanding figures of the Taishan sect and the Great Void sect. "Wang Yuanji, do you know your crime?" Yaksuzi's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. From his voice, it could be heard that Yaksuzi, the head of the Great Void Peak, was really angry. Chapter 430. Destroy his cultivation and expel him from the Taishu sect. From now on, there will no longer be a person named Wang Yuanji in the Taishu sect. The authoritative voice of the first seat of the Taishu Peak, Yushuzi, rang out from the Taishu temple. Expelling him from the Taishu sect was equivalent to expelling him from the Taishan sect. The disciples of the Taishan 9 divisions had the authority to punish their own disciples. Outside the Taishu temple, the disciples of the Taishu sect who had gathered after hearing the commotion were all extremely shocked. Those who were on good terms with Wang Yuanji all turned pale, afraid that they would be implicated by Wang Yuanji, especially Qi Hao, who was mixed in with the crowd of disciples. His face was pale and his body shook violently. He knew that something had happened to Wang Yuanji. He secretly rejoiced that he had not followed Wang Yuanji to Green Spirit Peak. Otherwise, his fate would not have been any better than Wang Yuanji's. "Brother Wang, "Brother Wang, please don't betray me." Chi Hao's heart was already in turmoil. He broke out in cold sweat again and again. He prayed to God that Wang Yuanji would not betray him. Then, a shrill scream of despair rang out from the Taishu temple. At this time, more and more disciples gathered outside the temple. No one knew what had happened. What rule did Brother Wang Yuanji break? He's actually going to be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect? Humph! How would I know? I have always disliked the disciples of Wang Yuanji's clans. They are arrogant and domineering. They deserve this. He is finished. After all, they are from the same sect. Outside the temple, the disciples were whispering. Everyone tried their best to keep their voices down. After all, this was an important place of the Taishu Peak, the Taishu Temple. No disciple dared to make a ruckus outside. No one knew what mistake Wang Yuanji had made, but everyone knew that he had been destroyed and expelled. Wang Yuanji was completely finished. From now on, he would no longer exist in the world of cultivation. Soon, the closed door of the temple was opened from the inside. 2 disciples in green, one on the left and one on the right, came out carrying a person. The disciples gathered outside the main hall immediately made way for them. The person being carried by the 2 disciples in green was none other than Wang Yuanji. Everyone saw that Wang Yuanji was not in a sorry state. He had only fainted. However, the crowd could no longer feel Wang Yuanji's magic power fluctuation. A transcending mortality stage cultivator has already condensed a Tao core. The magic power in his body should be very vigorous and hard to conceal. However, not only did Wang Yuanji's body no longer have any waves of magical power, even the aura that a martial cultivator should have had completely disappeared. He seemed to have become an ordinary person who could not be any more ordinary. When the crowd saw Wang Yuanji's current state, they all had different expressions on their faces. Some were gloating, some were shaking their heads and sighing. Chi Hao, on the other hand, was terrified, and there were a few times when he almost couldn't help but flee. He didn't know if Wang Yuanji had already dragged him out. He was afraid that the disciples coming out of the main hall would come to capture him. He was terrified, but the disciples who came out of the hall didn't come forward to capture him. This made him heave a sigh of relief and put down the boulder in his heart. The 2 green-robed disciples carried the unconscious Wang Yuanji down the mountain. They chased him out of the sect and sent him out of the Supreme Profound sect that night. The disciples gathered outside the Taishan temple gradually dispersed. Everyone, except for Chi Hao, was guessing what Wang Yuanji had done to be able to destroy his cultivation and be expelled from the Taishan sect. Chi Hao turned around and was about to leave, but at this moment, a voice suddenly called out to him. Chi Hao's body suddenly shook, and he almost wanted to run away. But after all, he was a transcending mortality stage cultivator. He still had some self-control. Although he had an urge to run away, he didn't really put it into action. He forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart and put on a smile. Then he turned around and saw a person striding out of the main hall towards him. "Haha, so it's Senior Brother Qin. What can I do for you?" When Chi Hao saw that the person who called out to him was Qin Daoyan, he felt even more nervous for no reason. His heart pounded like a drum. Qin Daoyan came before Chi Hao and then said in a low voice, "Junior Brother Qi, I know that you are very close to Wang Yuanji. Do you know who Wang Yuanji has seen recently? I'm talking about people from the outside." This, Senior Brother Qin, although I am close to Senior Brother Wang Yuanji, I have been busy with cultivation recently. I don't know where Senior Brother Wang Yuanji is. Chi Hao replied, "Oh, I see. Then you can go." Qin Daoyan said to Chi Hao after thinking for a moment, "Senior Brother Qin, goodbye." Chi Hao said and then turned to leave. Qin Daoyan looked at Chi Hao's back thoughtfully. After Chi Hao's figure disappeared on the small path outside the main hall, Qin Daoyan turned around and walked into the main hall. The moonlight was like water shrouding the mountains. The hazy moonlight seemed to spread a thin layer of gauze between heaven and earth. Under the moonlight, the 9 peaks of Taishan gave people a hazy and unreal feeling. After Qi Hao said goodbye to Qin Daoyan, he went to his residence. When he walked into the forest in front of his residence, a few people came out of the forest and stopped him. Those people motioned for Qi Hao to follow them. Qi Hao hesitated for a moment, but in the end he followed them. What did that guy Wang Yuanji do? In a hidden forest, there were 5 people standing, and such words came out of the forest. I don't know. Then another voice came out of the forest. Qi Hao, you should know that this is not the answer I want to hear. A tall man in green clothes stared coldly at the person in front of him and said coldly, under the gaze of the other person. Qi Hao could not help but lower his head. He did not dare to look directly at the tall man in green clothes in front of him. He seemed to be a little afraid of the man in green clothes. Qi Hao, you have to know that Wang Yuanji is finished. Dongfang Qin is not on the mountain. Among the younger generation of disciples of the aristocratic families, our young Master Long has the final say. You'd better be smart and tell us what you know. A thin young man standing next to Qi Hao said, I really don't know. Qi Hao said with a bitter face. It was not that he did not know, but he could not say it. If he did, he would be finished like Wang Yuanji. You really don't know? The young Master Long said in a deep voice. His eyes were like the cold stars in the night, shining brightly. His tall body exuded a strong sense of oppression. Young Master Long, please let me go. Qi Hao's tone sounded like he was begging. Humph. If I find out that you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Let's go. The young Master Long knew that he could not get any information out of Qi Hao. He could only lead a few people out of the forest. If I don't lie to you, who do I lie to? Qi Hao could not help but curse in his heart. Of course, even if he had eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard, he would never dare to say such words in front of the young Master Long. This was because he was very clear about the background of the young Master Long. The young Master Long could be said to be the 3rd most important person among the disciples of the aristocratic families in the Taishan sect. Among the disciples of the aristocratic families in the Taishan sect, the influence of the young Master Long was only weaker than that of Dongfang Qin and Wang Yuanji. However, if one were to compare the background of the family, even the Dongfang family could not compare to the Long family. However, in the Taishan sect, strength spoke louder. This young Master Long, because his cultivation was not as good as Dongfang Qin and Wang Yuanji, was the 3rd most important person. Of course, among the disciples of the aristocratic families, the young Master Long was the 3rd most important person. However, not to mention the entire Taishan sect, even among the disciples of the Taishan peak, this young Master Long was barely ranked among the younger generation of disciples. Qi Hao immediately left the dense forest and walked back to his residence. After the young Master Long, Qi Hao, and the others had left, a figure walked out from the depths of the forest. The moonlight shone on this person's face. This person was impressively Qin Daoyan. Qin Daoyan was a core disciple of the younger generation of the Taishan peak. He was the focus of the Taishan peak. This identity allowed him to have a standing position in the Taishan temple. He was able to find out what unforgivable crime Wang Yuanji had committed. However, Wang Yuanji was stubborn and refused to confess who his accomplice was. Thus, there was the scene of Qin Daoyan calling out to Qi Hao. Qi Hao, like Wang Yuanji, was also a disciple of an aristocratic family. Usually, the 2 of them were inseparable, and their relationship was extraordinary. Intuition told Qin Daoyan that this Qi Hao definitely knew something that others did not. Could it be that he really doesn't know anything? Qin Daoyan murmured. He pondered for a moment, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Then he also left the dense forest. In the next few days, Gu Fei did not go out. He closed the door of the cave house and cultivated inside. Bursts of powerful yuan qi fluctuated in the cave house. The energy fluctuations were vast and mighty. Sensing the energy fluctuations coming from above Green Spirit Peak, the old monsters in the sect all turned their eyes to Green Spirit Peak. Some people speculated that Gu Fei was using a secret method to contact the powerful demon clan. No one would have thought that Gu Fei was actually cultivating under the eyes of these old monsters. Until the 10th day outside Taishan Mountain, a group of uninvited guests came, completely breaking the peace in the Taishan sect. At noon, there were 20 or 30 bright beams of light, one after another, like divine rainbows, flying across the sky and landing outside the gate of the Taishan sect. The group of uninvited guests outside the gate seemed to be demonstrating their power. They did not hide the vast magical power fluctuations coming from their bodies at all. The elders of the Taishan sect were the first to be alarmed. Xianyuan Lycan of the Guangqing celestial sect has come to visit the sect. A vast voice sounded from outside the mountain. In an instant, it spread throughout the area of hundreds of miles around the 9 peaks of Taishan, mighty between heaven and earth. Just as the voice was still echoing in the mountains, another voice, no weaker than the previous one, came from outside the gate. Lin Outsong of the Shangqing sect has come to visit the sect. Chapter 431. At noon, the masters of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect gathered outside the gate of the Taishan sect. The old monster of the Guangqing celestial sect, Xianyuan, and the elder of the Shangqing sect, Lin Outsong, were communicating with each other. Although it was said that they had come to visit the mountain, they had the intention of demonstrating to the Taishan sect. The arrival of 20 or 30 peerless masters had indeed made the Taishan sect very nervous. Swish! 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 Above the 9 peaks of Taishan, brilliant beams of light rushed out one after another. Waves of vast magical power surged between heaven and earth. Each beam of light was a peerless master. More than a dozen beams of light emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. They flew directly in the direction of the mountain gate, like a divine rainbow crossing the sky. At this time, the entire Taishan sect was boiling. All the disciples stopped what they were doing and came out from all over Taishan Mountain. The words of Xianyuan and Lin Outsong spread throughout the entire Taishan Mountain. Every disciple of the Taishan sect above the 9 peaks heard them clearly. Dong! 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 On Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks, a melodious bell rang out. The sound of the bell penetrated the void and had an unpredictable power. It ignored all barriers and spread throughout the entire mountain range of Taishan Mountain. Some of the elders of the Taishan sect, who had long been indifferent to the affairs of the world, were also alarmed by the sound of the bell. They all came out of their seclusion and then set up beams of light, heading toward Taishan Peak. The disciples of the 9 branches, after hearing the sound of the bell, also gathered toward Taishan Peak. The bell on Taishan Peak would only ring when something of great importance happened. It was a signal to summon all the disciples of the sect. When the disciples of the Taishan sect heard the bell, no matter what they were doing, they must immediately put down what they were doing and gather at Taishan Peak. The beams of light that rushed out from the 9 peaks of Taishan quickly came to the sky above the gate of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect lord, Taoist Xiantian, led the other heads of the 8 branches, descending from the sky. Brother Xianyuan, Brother Lin, I hope you will forgive me for being late to welcome you. Taoist Xiantian descended and led his junior brothers to greet Xianyuan, Lin Outsong, and the others who were gathered outside the mountain gate. The expressions of the 7 chiefs behind Taoist Xiantian did not look so good. The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect had clearly made an agreement beforehand to take the Taishan sect down a notch. Old monster Xianyuan wore a white robe and was a white-haired, cold-looking young man. The elder of Shangqing sect, standing next to old monster Xianyuan, was a middle-aged Taoist with 3 strands of black beard in front of his chest. He had a clear appearance, whether it was old monster Xianyuan or Lin Aocang. Both of them had started their careers earlier than Taoist Xiantian, so no one felt that it was inappropriate for Taoist Xiantian to refer to himself as little brother. After all, the world of cultivation was a place where strength was everything. Although Taoist Xiantian was the sect master of the Taishan sect, his cultivation was still weaker than that of Xianyuan and Lin Aocang. Old monster Xianyuan and Lin Aocang did not have much lifespan left. If they did not break through their current cultivation shackles, they would only have 10 or 20 more years to live. Taoist Xiantian was well aware of how terrifying people who were at the end of their lifespans were. They were not afraid of death and could do whatever they wanted without any qualms. What kind of people were the most terrifying? People who were not afraid of death and had no qualms were the most terrifying. Fellow Taoist Xiantian, I believe you know why we are here. Old monster Xuanyuan's cold face revealed a faint smile as he looked at Taoist Xiantian meaningfully. Taoist Xiantian and the 7 chiefs stood inside the mountain gate. They did not walk out, but old monster Xianyuan, Lin Aocang, and the others were outside. The elders of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect were separated from the experts of the Taishan sect by a white jade gateway. Why do you say that, brother Xianyuan? How would I know why you are here? Taoist Xuantian's face was calm and did not reveal any emotion. Outside the mountain gate, the experts of the Guangqing celestial sect and Shangqing sect heard this and immediately became a little restless. They all glared at Taoist Xiantian and the others, seemingly very agitated. Humph. Lin Aocang, the elder of the Shangqing sect, sneered and stepped forward. He looked coldly at Taoist Xiantian and said, Fellow Taoist Xiantian, this is your fault. Since you have already found that person and brought him back to the Taishan sect, you did not inform us. Did you want to keep that thing for yourself? That's right. The Taishan sect has gone too far. Humph. What did they say about the 3 great Taoist sects being on the same side? It turns out that they were all *T. It looks like the alliance of the 3 great Taoist sects can no longer be maintained. The Taishan sect better explain this. Outside the white jade archway, the elders of the Guangqing celestial sect and Shangqing sect were all very agitated. Some of them even directly criticized Taoist Xiantian and the others. At this time, there were many beams of light in the sky behind Taoist Xiantian. Some of the elders of the Taishan sect heard the bell ringing to summon the disciples, so they flew to the Taishan temple on Taishan Peak, while others came directly to the mountain gate. However, these elders were not willing to come out. They just stayed in the air and closely watched the mountain gate. If something really happened, they would immediately help Taoist Xiantian and the others. The moment the bell on Taishan Peak rang, the disciples of the 9 peaks and 9 branches immediately gathered at Taishan Peak. From time to time, one could see rays of light shooting up from the surrounding spirit peaks and flying towards Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks. What? At this time, does Taoist Xiantian still not open the protective array and let us in? Old monster Xuanyuan's white hair moved even though there was no wind. Then, an extremely obscure but frightening sword qi emanated from his body. Taoist Xiantian and the heads of the 7 branches couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. Old monster Xianyuan and Lin Aocang were not easy to deal with, let alone the 20 or 30 masters of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect. Old monster Xianyuan and Lin Aocang were both cultivators at the peak of the royal void realm who had dominated the world for 700 or 800 years. Their cultivation was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the royal void realm, because they were only 1 step away from the demigod realm. It could be said that old monster Xianyuan and Lin Aocang were old monsters who already had 1 foot in the demigod realm. Senior brother, what do we do now? Taoist Zhaoyang transmitted his voice to Taoist Xiantian. The other heads of the branches also transmitted their voices to Taoist Xuantian's ears. Taoist Shantian couldn't help but frown. What was going to happen was going to happen. Taoist Shantian knew very well that the news of Gu Fei's return couldn't be completely blocked. Each of the three great Taoist sects had planted informants in the other sections. Although the three great Taoist sects were on the same side, they had to be vigilant. This was not a secret in the three great Taoist sects. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect swore not to let it go today. Taoist Shantian pondered for a while, then waved his sleeve and said loudly, "Open the gate and welcome our honored guests." Taoist Xuantian's voice spread far and wide. Rumble! Then there was a thunderous roar in the void. The white jade memorial outside the gate emitted a dazzling spiritual light. Space started to tremble as numerous ripples that were visible to the eye surged out mightily from the white jade memorial arch. After that, a door that seemed like a spatial door appeared beneath the memorial arch, and then a strand of strange energy surged out mightily from the white jade memorial arch. There seemed to be nothing in the void, but in fact there was a great invisible force that kept Shen Yuan out of the mountain gate. Otherwise, Shen Yuan and Lin Outsang would have led the masters of their sects to Taishan Peak. Why would they gather outside the gate of the Taishan sect? The protective formation of the Taishan sect was one of the best in the Taoist sects. It was connected to the qi of the earth and the power of the stars. Even a demigod would have a hard time shaking it. Just as Taoist Shantian was welcoming the people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect into the Taishan sect, the door of the cave on Green Spirit Peak was slowly opening. The sound of the bell to summon the disciples had an unfathomable, penetrating power. Even cultivators who were deep in meditation would wake up from their state of cultivation. Gu Fei was no exception. He was in the middle of comprehending the mysterious supreme imprint of the great path in his heart. He was in a half-awake state. The sound of the bell was like a morning bell. It awakened Gu Fei from his mysterious state of martial arts. Then, Gu Fei walked out of the cave. In the past 10 days, he had constantly tried to comprehend the supreme imprint of the great path in his heart. However, he did not know if it was because his cultivation level was not high enough, but it seemed that he could not truly touch the supreme imprint of the great path. Even so, Gu Fei had gained a lot in these 10 days. Although his cultivation level did not increase, his state of mind had improved. He felt as if he had been enlightened. His understanding of martial arts had deepened. When Gu Fei came out of the cave, he immediately felt that the atmosphere in the mountain seemed very strange. He saw that from time to time there were lights flying back and forth between the various spiritual peaks. Countless disciples were gathering towards Taishan Peak. It seemed that something big had happened in the sect, and it was not an ordinary big thing. Otherwise, the divine bell would not have been rung to summon the disciples. Just as Gu Fei was about to rise into the air and fly towards Taishan Peak, suddenly a bright light, like a divine rainbow, rose from Taishan Peak and flew towards him. Why would she come to Green Spirit Peak? Is it for the longevity grass again? Those elders in the sect finally can't wait any longer? Gu Fei thought to himself. Swish! There was a sound of breaking through the air. The light that flew out from Taishan Peak quickly came close. Gu Fei only felt that there was a flash of divine light in front of him. In the light, an old Taoist woman flew down from the air. "Greetings, Senior Sister Qi." After seeing the person, Gu Fei hurriedly saluted. "Oh, junior brother, Gu need not be so polite." The light dissipated, and in the open space in front of Gu Fei, there appeared an old Taoist woman with white hair and wrinkled skin. Calling an old Taoist woman as a senior sister, Gu Fei felt a little awkward and a little unnatural. Because of his cheap master, the elders in the sect were polite to him. This change made Gu Fei feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 432. Qi Daoist's arrival at this time surprised Gu Fei. After all, after the bell on Taishan Peak rang, the disciples of Taishan sect who heard the sound had to go to Taishan Temple and wait for the sect leader's orders. I don't know why Senior Sister Qi has come to my place. Gu Fei greeted her with a smile. He did not dare to neglect her. Qi Daoist was an elder of the Taishan sect. Gu Fei knew very well that the reason why the elders of the sect were polite to him and called him junior brother was because of Master Ku Rong. Master Ku Rong was the only demigod in the Taishan sect, and even in the entire 3 great Taoist sects. Demigods were often used as a deterrent in the world of cultivation. With the existence of demigods, the Taoist sects could have unlimited glory and did not have to worry about being destroyed or annexed by other great forces. Therefore, not to mention the Taishan sect, Taoist Kurong was also a transcendent existence in the entire Tao sect. Although Gu Fei was only a registered disciple of Taoist Kurong and was not considered a true disciple who had inherited his mantle, even so, Taoist Shantian and the other elders of the Taishan sect did not dare to neglect Gu Fei. If Master Kurong had not accepted Gu Fei as an unofficial disciple, why would the elders of the sect care about a junior who had just broken through to the royal void realm? It should be known that the elders of the sect had been famous for hundreds of years, and in the world of cultivation, they were also well-known experts. There were also 9 heavens in the imperial void realm. Those who were able to become elders in the sect were all terrifying experts in the 8th and 9th heavens of the imperial void realm. These people, even among the peerless experts of the imperial void realm, they were also the strongest group of people. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had completely stabilized and no longer fluctuated, his first level of the royal void realm was nothing in the eyes of Taoist Xiantian, Qi Daoist, and the others. Haha, Junior Brother Gu, I came to tell you that you don't need to go to Taishan Temple, Qi Daoist said. Gu Fei could not help but be startled when he heard that. The other party did not come for the longevity grass, which surprised him. Senior Sister Qi, what happened in the sect? Gu Fei was a little puzzled. The divine bell had been rung on Taishan Peak to summon the disciples, so something big must have happened in the sect. Hearing this, Madame Qi paused for a moment. Then she said, the elders from the Guangqing sect and the Shangqing sect are here for a visit. We all know what their intentions are. They cannot do anything. The Guangqing immortal sect and the Shangqing sect are here to pay a visit. Gu Fei was taken aback. No one should have known that his cheap master, Taoist Kurong, had brought him back to the Taishan sect. How could the Guangqing celestial sect and the Shangqing sect have come to him so quickly? What Gu Fei didn't know was that a lot of things could happen in 10 days. Daopo Qi nodded. And then she said, you can cultivate behind closed doors on Green Spirit Peak. The sect leader and the other elders will take care of things outside. You don't have to worry. Daopo Qi didn't seem to want to say more. She simply said a few words and told Gu Fei not to leave Green Spirit Peak easily. Then she left. Gu Fei watched Daopo Qi's light disappear from Taishan Peak, but his heart was unexpectedly calm. There were people in the sect who would take care of things, and he didn't have to worry about it. Since that was the case, he would cultivate on Green Spirit Peak. The people from the Guangqing celestial sect and the Shangqing sect came to pay a visit only for the longevity grass. Would they really dare to make a move in the Taishan sect? The 3 great Taoist sects were on the same side. Everyone understood that old monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong were just putting on a show. Gu Fei pondered for a moment. After understanding the subtleties of the situation, he turned and walked into the cave residence, closing the door. At this time of the 9 peaks of Taishan, only Green Spirit Peak was as cold and cheerless as it was in the past. The other 8 peaks were bustling, and the figures of Taishan disciples could be seen everywhere in the forest. The Guangqing celestial sect and the Shangqing sect, to put it nicely, had come to pay a visit. To put it bluntly, they had come to question the Taishan sect. In any case, the Taishan sect's desire to take the longevity grass for themselves had angered the old monsters of the Guangqing Celestial Sect, and the Shangqing Sect. In addition to the sect leader of the Guangcheng Celestial Sect and the leader of the Shangqing Sect, the two sects could be said to have sent all the masters of their sects to Taishan Sect. The leaders were Xian Yuan of the Guangcheng Celestial Sect and Lin Outsong of the Shangqing Sect. The seniority of these two people was higher than that of the sect leader of the Guangcheng Celestial Sect and the leader of the Shangqing Sect. Their cultivation and strength were stronger, and they were the top figures of the two sections. Gu Fei returned to the cave residence and closed the door. He continued to sit cross-legged on the cattail hassock, continuing to comprehend the brand of the great path that had been imprinted in his heart. The path of martial arts was full of difficulties and obstacles, especially in this era of decline of martial arts. To be able to comprehend the great path of the predecessors would save one many detours. Although the great path of the predecessors was not necessarily his own path, different paths led to the same destination. The great path left behind by the supreme warriors was priceless to Gu Fei. If he could comprehend the great path, Gu Fei believed that even if he could not surpass the predecessors, his achievements would definitely not be any worse than those of the predecessors. Another 3 or 4 days passed, and surprisingly, no one came to disturb Gu Fei. Gu Fei also continued to cultivate in the cave residence. Inside the cave residence, there were many elixirs left by the ancestors of the Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei did not care about the other elixirs, but there was one elixir that he liked the most. This elixir was very common, and it could be found in large quantities. This elixir could not increase Gu Fei's cultivation, nor could it increase his realm. This elixir only had one function, and that was if an ordinary person took one, that person would not need to eat or drink for 3 or 4 days. The pill of fasting was a type of elixir that almost any cultivator who knew a little about alchemy could refine. Gu Fei only took one pill of fasting, and during these 3 or 4 days he did not need to eat or worry about food, so he could cultivate in the cave residence with peace of mind. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect did not appear at the Green Spirit Peak. Old Monster Xian Yuan and Lin Outsong were in the Supreme Mystery Temple. It was unknown what kind of agreement they had with Taoist Xiantian, but the masters of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect were staying at the Supreme Mystery Sect. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect were well behaved, and did not do anything that would embarrass the Supreme Mystery Sect. They seemed to have some misgivings, but it was more like they were waiting. The Supreme Mystery Sect returned to peace, and the disciples of the 9 branches returned to their respective cultivation areas to meditate on the true path of immortality. On the 5th day, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. Then he felt a familiar wave of spiritual power outside the door of the cave residence. Feeling this wave of spiritual power, Gu Fei could not help but have a strange expression on his face. "Why is she here?" he muttered to himself. Gu Fei stood up from the praying mat, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the cave residence. "Brother Gu, it's really you. Are you really back?" Before the door of the cave residence was fully opened, a voice full of surprise and excitement came from outside. "Sister Zhao." Of course, Gu Fei recognized this familiar voice. The person outside the door was Zhao Zairu, a female disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak of the Taishan 9 Peaks. Gu Fei did not have many friends in the Taishan sect, and Zhao Zairu was one of them. Moreover, when it came to Zhao Zairu, Gu Fei had a strange feeling that he could not explain. At first, Gu Fei did not know what this feeling was, but since he saw Li Mengyao again in the northern lands, he suddenly understood what this feeling was. It was like liking someone was a really wonderful feeling. It was no wonder that since ancient times, there was a sage who said that one would only envy a mandarin duck, not an immortal. Gu Fei was a warrior, and he was very particular about freedom. He was not one of those cultivators who had a pure heart and few desires. He would not, and did not, bother to hide his temperament. "Brother Gu, Outside the entrance of the cave stood a woman in a light green dress. This woman was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her black hair casually draped over her shoulders. This woman was staring blankly at Gu Fei as he walked out of the cave residence. Her bright eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. "Sister Zhao, what's wrong?" Gu Fei saw that Zhao Zairu was about to cry, and he could not help but feel his heart tighten. He quickly asked, thinking that Sister Zhao could not have been wronged in some way. As soon as Gu Fei asked this question, a line of clear tears finally flowed from Zhao Zairu's bright eyes. Then, like a light breeze, she jumped into Gu Fei's arms. This sudden change caused Gu Fei's mind to go blank in an instant. He actually temporarily lost the ability to think. His nose smelled the faint fragrance on Zhao Zairu's body. Unknowingly, Gu Fei felt his heart beating faster and faster, becoming stronger and stronger. Thump, thump, thump. It was like the beating of a drum. Junior sister Zhao. Gu Fei was at a loss. He wanted to hug Zhao Zairu, but he was also a little afraid. He wanted to move away from her, but he was also a little unwilling. The warm and fragrant body in his arms caused ripples in Gu Fei's heart, giving him a wonderful feeling as if he was in a dream. Zhao Zairu was undoubtedly a beautiful woman. Although she was not as breathtakingly beautiful as the demonic clan princess Yan Wushuang, she had a temperament that Yan Wushuang didn't have. Zhao Zairu was elegant and otherworldly, like a moon fairy who walked out of the moon palace. "Senior Marshal Brother Gu, I thought you were in the virtual sky world. I thought I would never see you again." At this time, Zhao Zairu revealed her true feelings. It turned out that, unknowingly, Gu Fei's shadow had appeared in her heart. Moreover, this shadow seemed to be branded in her heart. No matter how hard Zhao Zairu tried, she couldn't erase it. She was a cultivator, and what she cultivated was Taoist power and spells. What she walked was the supreme immortal path. Although there were no rules in Taishian's sect that forbade disciples from falling in love, cultivators paid particular attention to purity of heart and few desires, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. Although Zhao Zairu knew that if her desireless state of mind was disturbed, it would inevitably affect her cultivation, she was helpless. If one wasn't the supreme being, how could they forget their feelings? How could they stop loving? When she heard that Gu Fei was lost in the virtual sky world, Zhao Zairu was sad in pain and at a loss. However, in the end, she wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, turning her sadness into strength. Gu Fei's shadow was deeply buried in the depths of her heart. When she found out that Gu Fei didn't die and had already returned to Taishian's sect, she was instantly stunned, and then she burst into tears. In the end, she cried loudly and walked down Purple Bamboo Peak that night, arriving in front of the cave on Green Spirit Peak. Seeing that the door was closed, she waited outside. She waited like this for 3 days and 3 nights. She didn't take a single step away, always hoping that the closed stone door in front of her would suddenly open, and then the person she thought about day and night would come out. Zhao Zairu imagined all kinds of scenes of meeting Gu Fei, but when she really saw Gu Fei, she still somewhat lost control and directly threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. In the distant sky, the 2 people hidden in the clouds were greatly surprised when they saw this scene. One of them, an old Taoist woman with white hair and wrinkled skin, sighed softly and said to the beautiful middle-aged Taoist nun beside her, "Little Yan you taught a good disciple." "Grandmaster." When the middle-aged Taoist nun heard this, her expression suddenly changed, and her voice began to tremble. She was about to kneel to the old Taoist woman in the air. The old Taoist woman flicked her sleeve, and the middle-aged Taoist nun could no longer kneel. The old Taoist woman said, "All right, I'm not blaming you. I just hope that your good disciple doesn't fall into the same situation as us." When the middle-aged Taoist woman heard this, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stood to the side in fear. That brat Gu Fei in the end is still not bad. I hope that girl didn't choose the wrong person. Taoist Chi looked at the scene below and muttered to herself. When it came to relationships between men and women, she seemed to have experienced some unbearable past. As for the middle-aged Taoist nun, she was Zhao Zairu's master, the peerless expert of Purple Bamboo Peak, Yan Hengyan. On Green Spirit Peak, in front of the Green Spirit Peak branch's cave, Gu Fei had already reached out to hug Zhao Zairu. Suddenly, Gu Fei, who was intoxicated in this moment of warmth, looked up at the sky. This brat. Taoist Chi knew that Gu Fei seemed to have discovered them. She couldn't help but be startled. This fellow Gu Fei was truly a freak. He was actually able to discover her hiding in the clouds. It was no wonder that Taoist Chi was startled. It had to be known that the difference in cultivation between her and Gu Fei was a full 7 layers. According to reason, Gu Fei shouldn't have been able to sense her, but he had. Taoist Chi and Yan Hengyan didn't retreat just because Gu Fei had sensed them. Instead, they continued to hide in the clouds, watching over Gu Fei. That was their responsibility and mission. Gu Fei didn't pay them any attention. Instead, he held Zhao Zairu's hand, and the two of them walked down the mountain. Chapter 433. In the back mountains of the Taishan sect, there was a quiet and secluded place. There were trees, flowers, and birds chirping. Next to a gravel path, there was a boulder that was as tall as a person. On top of the boulder, a young man in a white robe was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. The young man's body was surrounded by spiritual energy. As he breathed, the spiritual energy that had gathered expanded and contracted, following a mysterious pattern and gathering toward the young man's dantian. The young man's name was Gu Fei, and he was a disciple of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect was one of the 3 major sects on the Tunglong continent. It had a long history and was an ancient sect. Gu Fei was an orphan. When he was 8 years old, his master, Wan Xianqing, left the mountain to travel and brought him back to the Taishan sect to be accepted as a disciple. Although he was in the Dao sect, Gu Fei did not cultivate Dao techniques, but a technique called the Ancient Body Refining Technique. The Ancient Body Refining Technique, as the name suggested, was a technique that used one's own body as the foundation and went against the natural order of cultivation. The martial arts described in the technique were enough to make one's body sacred, and the ancient battle techniques could kill immortals and gods. However, once this ancient secret technique was cultivated, it was extremely difficult. Even if one did not succeed in cultivating it, they could no longer change to something else. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder with his eyes closed, operated the ancient body refining technique, absorbing the spiritual energy from all directions into his dantian and accumulating it. When the spiritual energy in the dantian was compressed and accumulated to a certain extent, it would be guided into the meridians of the body. The spiritual energy gathered, whether it was the essence of the surrounding plants or the essence of the sun and the moon floating in the void. Gu Fei did not reject any of it. He absorbed it into his dantian like rivers running into the sea. Vaguely, one could see a small stream of light, like a green silk, lingering around his body. As time went by, Gu Fei's dantian began to emit a 7-colored glow. It was the glow emitted by the highly condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gathering chi impacting, gathering chi impacting. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Waves of spiritual chi spread out from Gu Fei's body. As it cycled back and forth, streams of 7-colored spiritual chi surged from Gu Fei's dantian, like a river bursting through a dam, and impacted the meridians in his body that had not yet been opened. Every impact was like a 1,000-pound hammer ruthlessly bombarding Gu Fei's body. Every impact caused a trace of pain to appear on his face. Powerful spiritual energy rushed through his meridians, bringing with it a tearing pain. The The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that erupted from his dantian was extremely violent, making his meridians feel as if they were being cut by countless sharp knives. He gritted his teeth and was sweating profusely. His hair was stuck to his face by the sweat, and his white shirt was soaked and stuck to his body. He was experiencing the second threshold of the ancient body refining technique, meridian opening. Meridian opening was to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condense it in the dantian, and then impact the aperture acupoints above the meridians, making the meridians unobstructed. In this way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could flow along the meridians of the whole body to every inch of the muscles and every bone of the body, thus achieving the purpose of refining the muscles, bones, flesh, and blood, and making the body sublimate and transform. The ancient body refining technique was a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Without a rock-like willpower and unremitting bitter cultivation, it was impossible to even cross the first threshold of the qi gathering. There were countless cultivation systems in the Tonglong continent, but the realms of the world's cultivators could be divided into 5 major realms: self-awakening, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and saint. Each realm was further divided into 9 heavens, implying the meaning of the 9-5 supremacy. The ancient body refining technique had 4 checkpoints in the self-awakening realm. The first step was the qi gathering. Only by mastering the ability of qi gathering could Gu Fei proceed to the next step of the meridian opening. After the meridian opening was the tendons transformation. After the tendons transformation had reached the advanced level, it would enter the bone forging technique. The day when the bone forging technique reached the advanced level was the day when the body would transform. Once the transformation was successful, Gu Fei would be able to break through the shackles of cultivation and advance to the transcending mortality realm. The spiritual energy gathered is still not strong enough. Failure after failure brought a terrible pain, like death by 1,000 cuts. Gu Fei bit the corner of his mouth, and blood oozed out, but he still persisted. The human body has 12 main meridians. I have only opened 2 meridians. In addition to the 12 main meridians, there are still 8 extra meridians. When can I open all the meridians in my body and enter the tendons transformation stage? The difficulty of cultivating the ancient body refining technique was really terrifying. Most of the people who cultivated this technique had an awesome name, but their cultivation progress was extremely slow. It seemed that there was only one ending, and that was before they could succeed in cultivating the ancient body refining technique. These people had already died of old age. The morning cultivation time was about to end. Gu Fei sat the whole morning. Since 2 years ago, when he opened the second meridian, he had not made any progress. The wall of cultivation was like an insurmountable chasm that spanned across in front of him. Gu Fei was a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. His character was a bit like his master, Wan Xianqing. They were both stubborn like a bull, the kind of person who would not turn back even after 100 setbacks. Fight! Gu Fei looked up at the sky. There was still enough time for him to break through 1 more meridian. Therefore, he gritted his teeth. His face showed a determined look, and his eyes were incomparably firm. Circulating the technique, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had not yet dissipated around his body once again converged. In his dantian, a mass of spiritual energy was slowly rotating, absorbing the spiritual energy that gathered from all directions. A not weak fluctuation of yuan qi was emitted from his body, and various colors of starlight emerged in his dantian. This was the highly compressed heaven and earth spiritual energy, and it was the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had not undergone any transformation. The heaven and earth spiritual energy quickly converged in Gu Fei's dantian, until Gu Fei felt a swelling pain in his dantian. He fiercely hardened his heart and desperately pushed the highly compressed spiritual energy in his dantian to the 3rd meridian of the 12 standard meridians. The powerful and explosive spiritual energy surged rapidly in Gu Fei's meridians. It was like a torrential flood had suddenly gushed into a small stream. Wherever the spiritual energy passed through, his meridians would rapidly expand, almost bursting from the torrent. Boom! It was as if there was an explosion of thunder in Gu Fei's ears. The torrent that surged out from his dantian fiercely hit the wall of the meridians. Gu Fei's body shook violently. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he actually fell from the rock. Under the boulder, in the grass, Gu Fei lay on the ground, facing the sky. The corner of his mouth was scarlet, and it was particularly eye-catching. He looked up at the sky, looking at the wisps of mist floating in the sky. Occasionally, a few spirit birds would fly across the sky. There was no discouragement in his eyes, no frustration, only a somewhat frightening determination. He slowly climbed up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked in the direction of the mountain in front of him. On the mountain road in the back of the mountain, there were already scattered figures heading toward the front of the mountain. They were disciples of Taishien's sect, like him, who had come to the back of the mountain early to cultivate. Taishien Mountain towered into the clouds, and the top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. There were many palaces that were faintly discernible on the mountain. The terrain was magnificent, and it was a rare spirit mountain holy land on the continent. The high-level cultivators all cultivated on the mountain, and young disciples like Gu Fei, who had been in the sect for less than 10 years and had low cultivation, could only cultivate at the foot of the mountain. I still haven't broken through. Gu Fei looked inside himself and found that the wall of the third meridian was only a little loose, but it was still far from breaking through. 8 years, and the ancient body refinement technique has only reached the meridian opening realm, but it has only awakened my third tier of cultivation. Sigh. Gu Fei laughed bitterly at himself. The disciples of the other branches, even Wang Yuanji, who has the lowest cultivation, has awakened my 5th tier of cultivation. Thinking of Wang Yuanji, who often caused trouble for him, Gu Fei's face showed a look of disgust. The disciples of the other branches cultivated Tao techniques and progressed at lightning speed. However, the cultivation technique that he cultivated progressed at a snail's pace. In the world of cultivation, only the strong were respected. Those with low cultivation would only become the target of bullying. Gu Fei tidied up his clothes and then followed the mountain path to the front of the mountain. On both sides of the quiet mountain path, unknown flowers were blooming. The faint smell of grass and the faint fragrance of flowers floated into Gu Fei's nose from time to time. Just now, when he failed to break through the meridian wall, Gu Fei's body had suffered a lot of impact, and injuries were inevitable. However, he did not take the injuries seriously at all, because after cultivating the ancient body refinement technique, his body's self-healing ability was amazing. When Gu Fei came to the front of the mountain, he met more and more disciples, but no one greeted him, as if they did not see him or glanced at him with disdain and walked away. Gu Fei's face was expressionless, and his face was indifferent. Facing the disdainful eyes of some of the disciples, he was indifferent. "Io, isn't this our cultivation genius, Gu Fei? Ah, no, it should be cultivation waste, haha." Suddenly, a wanton laughter came from the front. On the small path in front of him, 3 youths wearing the same white robes and white belts walked towards him. The leader laughed, and the 2 young men behind him also laughed in a low voice. Seeing these 3 young men, Gu Fei's eyes flashed a look of disgust, and then he ignored the 3 young men and directly turned to the side of the path. This small path led to a pine forest. "Hey, useless junior brother, why are you walking so fast?" The 3 young men also laughed and followed Gu Fei on the path. On the path, there were 7 or 8 other young disciples. However, when these disciples saw the 3 young men who laughed at Gu Fei, their footsteps could not help but speed up a little, as if they wanted to force the 3 young men away. "Who are you calling waste?" Gu Fei suddenly stopped moving turned around and roared at the three youths. This roar of his drew the gazes of the nearby fellow disciples over. What's wrong with saying you are waste? Not only are you waste, but your master is also waste, humph. What ancient body refining technique? What sage body, it is just a garbage. Thrown on the ground and no one will pick it up, but you two master and disciple treat garbage as treasure. Your head is really kicked by a donkey, stupid to the extreme. The leading young man was suddenly shouted at by Gu Fei and was stunned for a moment, but immediately like a machine gun, he pointed at Gu Fei's nose and cursed. Hey, Wang Yuanji, don't go too far. Gu Fei's fists were tightly clenched because he used too much force. Every knuckle on his fist turned white, and the anger in his chest suddenly erupted like a volcano. Chapter 434. Runes began to surge from her body and danced around her. Each rune emitted a powerful energy wave. Furthermore, each rune was not a tangible object, but a glowing rune formed from the condensation of Tao energy. These glowing runes were even more terrifying than the tangible Tao talismans. Tangible and tangible objects could be destroyed, but intangible and intangible objects could be destroyed at will. As long as Lin Shuer's Tao energy was not destroyed, these glowing runes could not be destroyed. Gu Fei allowed Lin Shuer to increase her cultivation. He was not in a hurry to make his move. He wanted to defeat Lin Shuer in her strongest state. Only then would he be able to deal a heavy blow to her. Lin Shuer seemed to be unlocking the layers of seals on her body. It was as if a primordial beast was sealed within her body, as a vast amount of energy surged out from her body. Rumble! A strange sound similar to muffled thunder could be heard from within Lin Shuer's body. Gu Fei's expression gradually turned solemn. He could feel the ground beneath his feet trembling. Imperial Void Realm? Gu Fei stared in shock at Lin Shuer, who was surrounded by glowing runes and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. He could feel that Lin Shuer's aura was still increasing. Her cultivation base was showing signs of breaking through the transcending mortality realm and entering the Imperial Void Realm. The energy fluctuations emitted from Lin Shuer's body were as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The runes surrounding her body were all emitting a dazzling spiritual light, showing signs of materializing. A part of the heavens and earth shook. The powerful aura caused Zhao Zairu to retreat again and again. Lin Shuer's strength was simply too strong. The terrifying aura she emitted was too much for her to handle. As for Gu Fei, he was like an ancient, godly mountain, standing unmoving in the midst of the energy storm. The vast and mighty energy waves could not move him at all. In the end, Lin Shuer's body burst forth with a resplendent glow. Within her body, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. It was as though she had broken some sort of seal. In that instant, all of her power erupted forth like a volcano. At this moment, Lin Shuer's strength had reached its peak. Countless runes danced around her, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions frantically gathered towards her. The dazzling light gradually faded away, and Lin Shuer looked like a goddess of war. Her entire body was surrounded by lightning-like spiritual light, and countless runes appeared and disappeared on her body. You shouldn't have let me raise my cultivation to the extreme. Lin Shuer slowly rose up from the ground. Her battle intent was like a rainbow, and runes appeared around her body and even in her eyes. She coldly looked down at Gu Fei and did not attack immediately. She used the talisman to communicate with the heaven and earth, condensing the great momentum of the heaven and earth. With such a cultivation level, even an ordinary void-resisting realm cultivator would not be a match for her. Peerless master? Zhao Zairu, who had retreated a distance away, was shocked to the extreme when she saw Lin Shuer flying up from the ground. She could not believe that Lin Shuer's cultivation had actually reached such a terrifying level. One should know that when Lin Shui and her uncle master Ding Yangzi came to the Taishan sect to join the sect, her cultivation level was already one of the best among the younger generation, and even Dongfang Qin was not a match for her. However, it had only been a few years. In just a few short years, how could Lin Shui's cultivation level increase so quickly? Could it be that she was like Brother Gu and had some sort of fortuitous encounter? Zhao Ziru was extremely shocked, and she could not believe what she was seeing. I will defeat you when you are at your strongest. Only then will you be convinced. Gu Fei laughed coldly, and then he also flew up from the ground. His body did not emit any energy waves, and just like that he rose into the air. Not a single trace of his strength leaked out, and all of it was sealed within his body. Shameless boasting! Lin Shui glared at him, and then directly attacked Gu Fei. However, she saw her right hand grab forward, and countless runes condensed in her hand. The essence of heaven and earth was guided by the runes, and the vast power of the runes instantly condensed into the shadow of a green dragon, and it pounced at Gu Fei, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Gu Fei also extended his right hand, and then lightly pressed forward. Bang! With a sound, the ferocious green dragon seemed to suddenly crash into a transparent wall. The dragon head that was condensed from the power of the runes instantly collapsed, and the countless runes disappeared into the void. Lin Shui and Gu Fei flew backward at the same time. The two of them seemed to be testing each other, and it seemed that neither of them had gained any advantage. Gu Fei could not help but reevaluate Lin Shui, who was opposite him. It was really hard to imagine that among the younger generation of cultivators, there was actually someone like him, whose cultivation level had reached the Imperial Void Realm. It should be known that ordinary cultivators, even if they cultivated for decades or even centuries, might not be able to become a peerless expert. Gu Fei thought to himself, it seems that there are still geniuses in the world of cultivation. At least this Lin Shui was a genius in the world of cultivation. Swoosh! Like a divine rainbow piercing through the void, Lin Shui seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly approaching Gu Fei, and at the same time, countless runes rushed out from her body. Tens of thousands of runes danced in the air, guiding the power of heaven and earth from all directions. A green dragon that was hundreds of meters tall, and a white tiger that was the size of a small mountain condensed in the void. Roar! Roar! The green dragon and the white tiger roared at the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken away, as if real divine beasts had descended between heaven and earth. The sky and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. The roars of the green dragon and the white tiger were earth-shattering, reverberating through the mountains, and could be clearly heard from hundreds of miles away from Green Spirit Peak. The disciples of the other branches were momentarily alarmed, and all of them walked out of their cultivation grounds in surprise. In an instant, the eyes of all the disciples of the Taishan sect were focused on the silent, deserted Green Spirit Peak. Good. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but cheer. He could already see that Lin Shui had used the power of runes to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to condense the green dragon and white tiger. The green dragon and white tiger were originally divine beasts, raised by heaven and earth. The green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth still had some of the power of divine beasts. The sounds of birds and beasts in Taishan Mountain immediately disappeared. After all the animals felt the aura of the green dragon and white tiger, they all trembled in fear. The green dragon that was hundreds of meters tall and the white tiger that was the size of a small mountain roared and rushed towards Gu Fei. The terrifying power shook the void, and the whole world trembled. The power of the ancient divine beasts made people's hearts tremble. Just the green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth using the power of runes was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real green dragon and white tiger were. As for how strong the green dragon and white tiger were, that was not what Gu Fei was concerned about at the moment. Now he only had one goal, and that was to defeat Lin Shui. Gu Fei did not retreat. He just punched forward. It seemed like a casual punch, but the void in front of the fist was twisted. The powerful fist force directly shook the void. Bam! There was a loud sound, and in the void there were visible ripples. The invisible fist force directly blocked the green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth. On the path of martial arts, one's physical body was sanctified, and one's strength was the righteous path. No matter how powerful the magical technique was, one would only need one punch to break it. It was not empty words to say that martial arts could break all magical techniques. After the invisible fist force blocked the green dragon and white tiger that were rushing towards him, Gu Fei did not withdraw his fist. Instead, he continued to shake it. Boom! There was a sound, an endless golden light suddenly exploded from his fist. Like a golden wave, it swept forward. Roar! Roar! The azure dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the might of the heavens and the earth only had the time to let out a roar before they were instantly swallowed by the golden light that swept over. After that, they collapsed within the golden waves that emitted terrifying fluctuations. With just one punch, Gu Fei had only used one punch to break Lin Shui's magical technique. Even though Lin Shui had used the power of heaven and earth for her own use, greatly increasing her strength, she was still unable to block Gu Fei's punch. Endless runes were destroyed by Gu Fei's golden fist force. Lin Shui suffered a great impact and was directly thrown hundreds of feet away. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. After 10 days of enlightenment, although Gu Fei did not really come into contact with the mark of the great path that was branded in his heart, he still understood many mysteries of martial arts. The 10 days of effort did not go to waste. A simple form of the golden element fist had unleashed an unprecedented power. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised. With the great path being simple, Gu Fei had a deeper understanding of martial arts. The simpler the move and the simpler the attack, it was usually more effective and more powerful than complicated techniques. As Gu Fei was sending Lin Shui flying, a few angry roars were heard from afar. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voices and saw a few rays of light flying towards him from afar. The 5 young cultivators arrived at the front on streaks of light. When Gu Fei saw the 5 young cultivators, his pupils contracted. These 5 young cultivators all had a cultivation base of the 7th or 8th heaven of the ascended realm. The one with the highest cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the ascended realm. It's a friendly match. How could you kill each other? How dare you injure our junior sister, you maniac! Brother Gu, you've crossed the line. The 5 young cultivators were all experts among the younger generation of the Shangqing sect, each of them possessing a strength that allowed them to look down on their peers. However, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. Although the 5 young cultivators were scolding Gu Fei, none of them dared to attack Gu Fei. They were not idiots. They clearly knew the difference between them and Gu Fei. Making a move against Gu Fei would only bring disgrace upon himself. The last young cultivator to criticize Gu Fei was a familiar face. Gu Fei was very familiar with this person. He was the eldest senior brother of the high-clarity sect's younger generation. Even if he did not want to know him, it would be impossible for him to not know him. Lin Xian was the strongest among the 5 young cultivators, with a cultivation base at the peak of the 9th heaven of the ascended realm. Even among the younger generation of the 3 top Taoism, there were not many who could rival him.